check and make sure at the end, if I can't do it, I'm gonna bust.
Okay. Yep.
I would imagine that San Diego Water District things will take about 15 minutes. And then after that, they want us out, everything goes out.
Okay.
So that
Well,
they
so let me know if you need help. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, you're right, it says 429 here. I'll work for Cat. Don't say that. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm looking at when the meeting is scheduled for. No, it's 430. Hello, would like to call to order this special meeting of the Encinitas City Council on February 8th, 2023 at 4:30 PM. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Councilmember Blackwell,
Here.
Councilmember Ehlers,
Here.
Councilmember Hinsey,
Here?
Deputy Mayor Lyons,
Here.
and Mayor Kranz.
Here.
Record will show that all members of the city council are present.
Okay, great. This is a closed session with two items, and both items, the authority for them are public employee performance evaluation under Government Code Section 54957, and we will hold one for the city manager and one for the city attorney. And I don't see any requests to speak, so with that, we'll adjourn to close.
Let me pause that meeting. Now we're going to move into San Diego Water, if it will let me.
Let me know.
Okay, I don't think it's going to let me go into San Diego Water. Yeah, it won't let me without stopping. See if you can do it. I don't think it's going to let you. So we'll go ahead and move into, I'm just going to keep it on city council, so we'll go ahead
Okay.
and start San Diego Water.
All right. I'm going to call to order the special meeting of the San
Hello there, everybody. We just wrapped up a closed session, and we're running a little late. Apologize for that. We will start this meeting at 6:10.
I will be bringing us back into session from our adjournment from the San Diego Water District Board meeting. And we held a closed session, and we're going to report out from our closed session.
Thank you, Board President Lyons. The San Diego Water District Board of Directors met in closed session on the matter indicated on the agenda by a 5-0 vote. They gave the authority to file a government claim under the Government Claims Act to the City of San Diego regarding Lake Hodges Dam and water release therefrom. And that ends the report.
Thank you, City Attorney. And with that, I'll adjourn the San Diego Water District meeting.
And we're coming back from closed session, which was public employee and performance evaluations of both the city manager.
Just one moment, Mayor, excuse
What's
me,
that?
sorry, just one moment. I need to get the recording.
Okay, got to let the computer catch up, sorry.
Do you have it? Okay, there we go.
Ready? Ready? Okay, so now we're returned from closed session, and there were two items: public employee performance evaluation under Government Code Section 54957 of both the city manager and the city attorney, and there is no reportable action. And with that, the closed session meeting, special meeting is adjourned. Now we got a little more housekeeping to do. We're going to watch the computers here, and then we'll catch up with our regular meeting.
Do you want to wait for Councilmember Kinsey, or are you going to go ahead and start?
What's that?
Do you want to start without Councilmember Kinsey?
No. Kelly, we took care of the closing of those, the adjournment of the two closed sessions without you. So we are moving on to our regular meeting. And Kathy, are we ready?
We are ready.
All right. I would like to call to order this regular city council meeting of Wednesday, February 8th, 2023 at 6:12 p.m. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Absolutely. Councilmember Blackwell?
Here.
Councilmember Ehlers?
Here.
Councilmember Hinsey?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Lyons?
Here.
And Mayor Krantz.
Here.
Record will show that all members of the city council are present this evening.
Okay, very good. If you'd please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, thank you for that. And while we have no special presentations or proclamations, I do want to note that this is Black History Month. And I wanted to read quickly a little statement from President Barack Obama. Back in 2016, he points out that Black History Month shouldn't be treated as though it is somehow separate from our collective American history or somehow just boiled down to a compilation of greatest hits from the March on Washington or from some of our sports heroes. There are well-meaning attempts to do that all around us, from classrooms to corporate ad campaigns, but we know that this should be more than just a commemoration of particular events. It's about the lived, shared experience of all African Americans, high and low, famous and obscure, and how those experiences have shaped and challenged and ultimately strengthened America. It's about taking an unvarnished look at the past so we can create a better future. It's a reminder of where we go, where we as a country have been, so that we know where we need to go. And so this month, please celebrate the history of our African American citizens, and please keep front of mind the need to be anti-racist. And with that, oral communications.
Yes, Mayor, we do have approximately 11. I'll call you 3 at a time, and just a reminder that you have 3 minutes, and this is a time for speaking on items that are not on the agenda. First 3 speakers, Raul Villamar, Geraldine Kessler, and then Terry Skelly.
Hello. My name is Raul Villamar. I got a call from Miss Kim this morning, and I have a barbershop on East Street and 101. Now, our problem is our parking. You folks keep on telling me last year when I came here that the parking was going to get back to normal in 2022, and then now it's 2023, and now I'm being told that it's going to be 2024. You're losing a lot of customers and a lot of people from downtown because the restaurants keep on having their lots, their eateries outside. Now, I don't know what to do anymore. You know, we're going to get all these people from.
I hate to interrupt you, but we actually have an agenda item to discuss parking. So do you want to stick around for that?
No, I can't stick around for that. I have some things to do tonight. But I just came to tell you that they keep on, every single time that we keep on getting told that it's going to be added, they're going to be taken care of, then it tells us now it's another year added. Now, we have a small lot with 5 people, 5 parking spots with a handicap. Now, everybody seems to be parking in our handicap, in our lot, because they can't find parking. Every time I go outside, I get threatened from people, and they walk away. I call a tow truck. The tow truck has to take 30 to 45, 50 minutes because they're taking things on the freeways. Now, the agenda, we never hear anybody talk about when it's going to be. You folks are going to be talking about this and talking about that. There's nobody coming down to City Hall to down there. This weekend we had the Alice in Wonderland scavenger hunt. We never got a letter saying that we were going to get what was going on. It was packed. People were parking in our lot. Now, this weekend, we have another one that's coming, that one of my customers told me that you folks are going to have downtown. Now, that's every single time that you folks have something downtown, it kills my business. It kills everybody's business around the area, except for the eateries. Why are they everybody's giving them more than we're getting? Nobody talks to us. Nobody comes down and talks to us. We have to come in. We got to get my information from customers that are coming in. We need to find out why is it that they're getting privileges and that we're not. We need to find out, and somebody needs to come and talk to us or give us a heads up. That's we're just fed up. And now Mrs. Kim is telling me that it's 2024 before we get anything on it. Is there anybody that can give me a hand here, or do I have to bring a petition and bring all our customers up here to let you guys know? Ms.
Thank
Kim
you,
has
sir.
50.
We'll be
Ms. Kim
talking
has
about it.
50.
We'll be talking about it on the agenda coming up. So there'll be a discussion about that.
See, I didn't even know about that either.
And the scavenger hunt was not something that the city sponsored. That was just an organic thing, right? It wasn't permitted. That was just something that people thought this would be a great city to have a scavenger hunt in.
But,
Sorry about the impact on your
Okay,
business.
well, that kills my business. Is there the agendas? Do they come out? I live in Carlsbad.
All
I
right,
don't
sir.
have your agenda.
Thank you. Noted.
I would like to speak about the potential density bonus Melba Road housing project that is slated to remove 175 mature trees, 30 smaller trees and native shrubs, and demo not one but 3 beautiful historical homes built in 1938. In addition, there's a lovely existing home built in the 80s, I believe. A few weeks ago, a mature tree was removed on the south side of Melba and Wotan that is across from this Melba project. No notice was given to any of the neighbors. It was just taken down. The neighborhood could hear the sound of the chainsaw going for a few hours. It only sent a wave of panic through the neighborhood, which includes many senior citizens that are longtime tax-paying residents. We all know that we will be losing 175 mature trees and 30 smaller trees, so we will be hearing that noise 200 times due to the plans of this housing project. I never really noticed the mature palm tree that they took down because it kind of blends in with the neighborhood. But now there's a big open, wide gap and a large tree stump there. The tree was removed because of the power lines, but I wonder if the tree could have been pruned rather than cut down. I'd like to update you about the Melba project, which is moving full steam ahead. It now will be dumping the runoff and drainage on Witham Road. We have already studied this 3 years ago. It just doesn't work for the community. One person that will be affected by this is a senior citizen who lives at the bottom of the hill and who just wants to age in place. It is very sad and depressing. It caused a lot of stress the last few months, along with multiple health issues. Once they start grading on this project, none of the boundary trees will be able to survive, and there goes our wildlife corridor. There are multiple problems with this project, and I can't get into it due to the time restraints, but I feel like the only answer is preservation for this last bit of open space and unofficial wildlife corridor that we have. Please don't make the same situation as the residents in Leucadia are facing, due to the onslaught of housing projects coming down and the inadequate infrastructure for many years. They didn't deserve that, and neither does our tight-knit community. Please help the community acquire this property with soft green infrastructure funding, a bond, or community funding. It has the potential to be an outdoor teaching STEM lab for area schools in the overcrowded Oakcrest Middle School, or an annex to the Botanical Gardens, or a park-like open space similar to San Diego Park and Solana Beach. Please do not pass up on this once-in-a-life opportunity. Little, if any, work would be needed as the property could be kept as is, unlike some of the heavy lifting needed for some of these other projects to get launched. I want to also let you know that the restoration of the Ocean Mill Canyon is an amazing project that the community has embraced, and I feel like this property would be similar. The majority of members of the community would support preservation, unlike the very little support from the houses being squished in that sacred area, sacred land. Thank you for listening.
Next speaker is Terry Skelly, followed by Barbara Gordon, and then Wendy Shalou.
Good evening, City Council, Encinitas City Council, Mayor Krantz. As a public health educator and a parent, I work with the County Tobacco Control Coalition. As you know, new state law, SB 793, Prop 31, from the November ballot is now in effect. It prohibits the sale of most flavored tobacco products. In line with this new law, the California Department of Cannabis Control has also transformed its policies regarding flavored requirements for all inhaled cannabis products as well. The changes limit substances, in particular terpenes, that can be used to add flavor to all inhaled marijuana products. The banned substances are flavored enhancers that have not been approved by the FDA. These flavor enhancers make products attractive to children by masking natural, pungent marijuana flavor and unpleasant aroma of cannabis. Banned flavors include, but are not limited to, menthol, mint, mango, strawberry, grape, orange, clove, cinnamon, pineapple, vanilla, coconut, chocolate, cherry, and bubblegum, among others. For policymakers, this means that manufacturers must immediately stop producing and distributing flavored products for inhalation that are not compliant. For policymakers, this means that deliveries and marijuana storefronts must remove all existing marijuana products that do not meet the flavored ban for inhaled products as soon as possible, since the requirement date was November 7th, 2022. Along with the new changes, the DCC has cautioned licensees to avoid labeling, advertising, and marketing that utilizes these flavors in its promotional materials. This includes ensuring that all ingredients are listed on the label. It is important to remember that marijuana and tobacco products are the predominant choice of young consumers. And all cannabis products are labeled or designed in a manner that is attractive to these minors under the age of 21. It's prohibited. However, the Department of Cannabis Control has no enforcement personnel, so compliance is strictly the responsibility of a city or a county. So please pay close attention. Thank you.
Good evening, Barbara Gordon. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. I am a youth group leader with my local, our youth are from our local schools, and I actually have one of my youth with me tonight. We want you to know that we support the proposed ordinance that would prohibit smoking in public spaces. This ordinance would be an effective strategy for reducing pollution in Encinitas. This ordinance would be an upstream solution to preventing pollution at the source, as well as protecting public health. This is particularly important concept when it comes to commercial tobacco and marijuana products. Secondhand smoke is a public health hazard and can greatly impact the quality of life of non-smokers. We know that the tobacco and marijuana industry have been very successful in avoiding environmental regulations. And they've also been very successful. They have a very successful business model to attract kids for their products, which then can turn into their lifetime customers. Not only is it important to prevent the demand for marijuana and tobacco products from an environmental standpoint, but also a public health standpoint, as the average smoker begins around 17, sometimes younger, and then become a lifetime smoker. I urge the City Council to enact this ordinance when it comes before you that prohibits smoking in all public spaces. Thank you.
Next speaker is Wendy Shalhoub, followed by Bonnie Bobzian, and then Sandra Henderson.
Can I get the first slide, please? Can I get the first slide, please? Thank you. Hi, my name is Wendy Shalhoub, and I live on Via Palacio, and I'm one of the neighbors of 4 streets requesting permit parking. Yes, we're on the agenda next week, but I'm going to be out of town, unfortunately, so I want to address one issue tonight, and that's of the resort apartment complex. And because I've been so integrally involved and going to check out this parking lot between midnight and 5 a.m., I want you to see the results of this. So we had no problem with overflow parking for 35 years. In April 2001, Mission Ridge sold this complex of 200 units to the resort. Next slide, please.
You said the sale was in 2001. Did you mean 2021?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sorry. Thank you so much. So we've been complaining all along that they have all this empty parking, and the manager tells us that they've assigned all 400 parking spaces for 200 units. And over the last 2 years, either Bonnie and I go in the middle of the night and look at all the empty spaces. 100 empty spaces in their parking lots at the complex. On top of that, they have 2 private streets, Via Morella and Via Teresa, that can accommodate 75 vehicles. What do they do with these 2 private streets? They give out 5 3-day guest passes to each unit, 200 units. So they're prioritizing guests over their permanent tenants. And we don't have room for guests because look what happens. So this is Via Teresa. You can see that they can park on either the side. 50 empty spaces out of 75. So 150 empty spaces at the resort. At 5 a.m., this is our streets, Via Velena, Via Palacio, Via Sarasan, and Via Tavira. 80 cars from the resort parked on our 4 streets when there's so much parking. Why is this happening? It's happening for 2 reasons. One, they charge $25 a year, and of course our parking is free. And 2, they only allow people on the lease to park, and a lot of these people are not on the lease. Additionally, there's over-occupancy. We've had many witnesses to this, and one of the residents of the resort told us that the resort is required by law to audit. Bonnie's gonna complete my speech.
I'm right here.
Here you are, Bonnie.
Right down
Yeah,
here.
thank you.
Okay. My name's Bonnie Bobzine, and I'll be finishing up here. So as you saw, there's many empty parking spaces there, and after, there is an annual audit in which they inspect their units, but the audit is announced. And so what a tenant told us, that right before the inspection occurs, the night before the inspection, trucks move in, remove bedding and furnishings, and then when the audit is over, those furnishings are returned. So the management has difficulty actually confirming that over-occupancy exists because there's this gaming going on. Another resident of the resort actually, she was walking down my street, and I didn't know her. She came right up to me, and she identifies herself as a tenant for 10 years of the resort. She wanted to apologize to me for what their apartment complex has done to our neighborhood. So what's happened to our neighborhood is also noted by others, not just by ourselves. Let's see. And we want to thank Deputy Mayor Joy Lyons, who has, on our behalf, visited the resort management on March 15, 2022, and tried to discuss with them this problem of our parking spaces and why they need so many, and so many cars are on our street despite so many empty spaces in their lots. We have tried everything to resolve this. The resort refuses to talk to us anymore. They refuse meetings with the sheriff and the fire marshal. The sheriff's department has been unable to curtail the illegal activities, and you will be hearing more of this next week. I also wanted to bring to your attention some research I had done into the past in Encinitas permit parking programs. Over-occupancy and the design of the apartment's on-site parking pass program are 2 major forces precipitating our problems. I found helpful information when I researched past times that permit parking was approved. This one dealt with Essex Heights apartment and its adjacent homeowners requesting permit parking for the exact same reasons we are. In August 17th, 2016, City Council approved Essex Heights apartments and single-family homeowners who were petitioning for permit parking on Seacrest Way, Seaview Court, and Pacific View Lane. Could I have my slide, please? Oh, okay. Oops. To the right. Okay. Traffic engineer Rob Blau gave his report at this city council meeting. He had spoken with the Essex Heights management. The manager wanted permit parking to help with the over-occupancy issue in his complex. There is no real enforcement mechanism for over-occupancy. The manager's opinion was that the more available public parking is, the more over-occupancy increases. Permit parking would be a mechanism to push back against this. Okay.
Next speaker is Sandra Henderson, followed by Christine Schindler, and then Scott Campbell.
Okay, my name is Sandra Anderson, and I live at 237 Via Palacio. I'm going to continue on with Bonnie's. So the homeowners in Essex Heights area noted that there were numerous empty parking stalls on the Essex Heights property at night, and yet their surrounding streets were filled with vehicles not belonging to owners, similar to our situation. At one time, Essex Heights did not have a parking pass program for its tenants parking in their lots. Rob Blau, the traffic engineer, noted that before Essex Heights introduced their parking passes, there were fewer vehicles on public streets. Essex Heights introduced parking passes, and the number of vehicles on the public streets increased. He speculated that the design of the parking pass program could also be increasing the flow of tenants' vehicles onto public streets. The resort has the same parking management design for their tenants. The design of charging tenants and giving parking passes to tenants results in significant underutilization of parking capacity, which Wendy showed in her photos. Essex Heights now uses all of its on-site parking for tenants, and guests must park on public streets. The resort is even less efficient in use of their parking capacity by issuing tenants guest permits, with the guests now utilizing on-site parking spaces that could be used by tenants. Okay, the next slide, but I'll just talk it. Why do we want permit parking for our streets? Because it works. Rob Blau reported that after a year of them having permit parking, permit parking program, the residents of Seacrest Way area reported illegal activities have subsided and no further concerns have been brought forward to the staff. So this is an example of where it's been given in the past and it's curtailed the problems that we're having. In the past, people have stated that they are afraid that Encinitas will be like Santa Monica, where there is no room for public parking for block after block. Like the preceding Encinitas neighborhoods with permit parking, we're not asking for 24 hours of restricted parking. We are only asking for 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. The businesses near us have ample parking. Their businesses will not suffer. There is no major attraction near us like the beach. We're two cul-de-sacs and a U-shaped street that all ends on Via Molina. Via Molina is the thoroughfare, not our four streets. The only people who make use of our four streets are those who reside there and provide services and delivery. For these reasons, our neighborhood streets differ from many other neighborhoods. For all of these reasons and the fact that we meet all three criteria of the Encinitas Municipal Code 14.4103, we respectfully request you grant us permit parking. Thank you.
Okay, it's not on the agenda, so we can't grant it tonight, but it's going to be coming up on the next week's agenda, right? We're still on for the 15th? September 15th. I mean, February 15th.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll be back.
All right, Christine Schindler, East Encinitas. So prior to moving to Encinitas, I lived in Solana Beach, and I've continued to be involved with Bike Walk Solana. And we had a meeting on Monday, and I just wanted to mention something here today because it's top of mind. So certainly we all are enjoying Hardball Trails. So it's a space that could have been built on, but was preserved for open space, and then it's required some, has been given some TLC, and it's become, with the undercrossing going under the rail, a very active, utilized space, and that's wonderful. So I'm all happy about that, and thank you for whatever efforts the city was involved in to make that all happen. At our Bike Walk Solana meeting, we talked about the continuing concern of people crossing 101, and now it's shifted from the end of our coastal rail trail in Solana Beach further north to the kind of the border of Solana Beach and Encinitas, Cardiff, where people are coming out on the Hardball Trails and crossing over to Seaside Beach. It's wonderful. It's happening. There's a lot of activity and a lot of east-west connection. However, there are a lot of concerns about safety. So now that it's shifted further north, it's kind of in an area that's even more problematic. As we all know, it's a downhill section going north. And the reason why I bring it up is I just want to state the concern. I want to acknowledge the fact that the city of Solana Beach and the city of Encinitas have been talking about this. And after our meeting, I reached out to Matthew Edgeworth, got an update about the progress of the approved project to put in a sidewalk on the west side of 101 to connect up with the sidewalk that exists in Solana Beach. So I'm happy to hear the update that he provided and appreciate the update he provided, that it's going through its process. These things take time and they have a process. It will be going to the Planning Commission soon, and fingers crossed, if things go the way that we all hope, hopefully by the end of the year, we may have that sidewalk in place. I mention that only because I think that's going to promote even more crossing in this area. And I just want to support an effort to look at options. I think at-grade crossing, of course, is the most straightforward and the most economical. I think traffic calming and a good ped crossing is needed in this area. And I just wanted to mention that very quickly. I just want to appreciate anyone who wants to serve on a commission, anyone who does serve on a commission. So I just want to appreciate all the people that are here tonight for the appointments. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Scott Campbell, followed by Dennis Caden, and then Donna Westbrook.
Okay. No, that's for the agenda item. Okay, good evening, council. General comments, so I'm going to talk about some stuff that's definitely not on the agenda. I'm going to talk about some current events, and those previous speakers very nicely segue into my talk. I got all these newspaper articles. January 19th, report state housing law ineffective. The new law, SB 910, no, there's no uptake. Large cities are not getting anybody, nobody's doing it. Let's stop supporting it. February 8th, ruling stops work on housing project in Penasquitos. They ruled that the development needs to be considered with other developments in the nearby area. I talked about this a lot last year, and the staff actually brought this up at the end of the year. This is just reinforcing that decision that we do need to have a comprehensive plan on these large developments. But it's really interesting that they're talking about the parking. This is an existing project, 10 years old or so. Parking's a nightmare. These new projects have limited parking, less parking. This is an example of probably what's going to happen. Maybe we're wrong, but maybe we need to consider this. We should not be supporting this so strongly when the evidence is overwhelming. Please, I urge the city to stop strongly supporting SB 9 and 10 so strongly. On another topic, I asked the city council to repeal the emergency mandates, particularly the vaccine mandation. January 25th, vaccine mandate repealed for San Diego workers. The entire city of San Diego doesn't require it anymore. Let's follow their lead, a much bigger city. In the editorials, January 27th, out of this impasse, it's all about talking about, no. Lose the mandate, but not the faith in vaccines. Once again, dropping it. January 31st, U.S. set to alter COVID-19 status in May. Let's not wait till May. Let's get on this now. Let's be ahead. Encinitas wants to be ahead in all these other issues. This actually affects everybody. It affects employment. How many people have not been able to apply for jobs in the city and our emergency services due to vaccination status? Quality people. Let's not limit it to the employment pool. February 2nd, an emergencies end. February 4th, COVID-19 vaccine won't be required at school. All these people are stopping it. Let's get ahead of this. Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Caden. I just have a almost 25 words or less comment. Could you please look into repaving Leucadia Boulevard? I drive on it every day, especially the westbound section. From Quail Gardens Road to the freeway is especially needing of resurfacing. But right now, there was a serious pothole at Sedonia. I mean, it hurt my butt as well as my car, and that's not right. Leucadia likes being funky, but we don't like our roads being rough, like that. So totally, after Passiflora, going down to the hill to Saxony, that is really rough. In fact, yeah, could you please ask Public Works to address that? It's been bad for a long time. So, thank you.
I believe Public Works has been making some pothole rounds pretty regularly now since the storms.
Yes, but I think you were asking about repaving.
Yes, yeah, especially, well, repaving especially from Passiflora west to Saxony.
So we'll take that down, but also, just so you know, you don't have to come to council. You can put it into the My Encinitas app. So, but I will put it in.
Well, I
for
look
you.
young enough to do the Encinitas app.
You do.
To you.
You do.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, they did try fixing the one at Sidonia at the top, but I think it needs to be redone because it's all pebbles all over the place now. Thank you.
Donald Westbrook?
Donna Westbrook, Encinitas. There's a little problem with your website. It's been redone, and something's happened to it. I asked for the documents for the Equity Committee meetings, which went for almost a full year, and those should have been on the city website, and I didn't receive them. So I made another request. And then I made another request, so that was the third request. Well, I finally got an answer from the city manager on my first request, which doesn't really show that I made 3 requests. Anyway, I clicked on it, and it didn't have it before, but apparently it has now on finished subcommittees or committees, which is rather strange. So I clicked on that, and it took me off the city website because it says you're leaving it, but it doesn't say where you're going. And I don't know if it's the cloud, or if we're going to Russia, or if we're going to China, but we really don't know. So where does that go if you're not going onto the city website to read all these documents? And I find that probably a little more disconcerting than the fact that I couldn't get any, input from for 3 requests. So my question to you is, will you please look into what has happened to the city website, and why are we be taken off-site that has nothing to do with the city, but that's where you're now storing your documents? And if there's something that we need to know, like if we need to have a password, or we need, one of those Chinese weather balloons that goes up, so that we'll get the information, I don't know. But I really believe you're doing a disservice to the residents of Encinitas. You're doing a disservice to yourself if all you can say is, we'll look into it, because that's not the way to run a city. And I hope you understand that, because I don't want to come up here again, but I think I will, because there are other problems within the IT department and within how you categorize and how you keep the information. I may be wrong, but I thought at one time everything was kept on one server. Maybe you had to bring in some more servers, connect them up, but it was all kept within house. So how do we get transferred to some other place that has nothing to do with the city on all of these? Look it up yourself and then tell me. Thank you.
Mayor, that does conclude oral communications.
Okay, thank you all for your comments. And with that, we will move on to a report from closed session, which I believe we've already had. Does that suffice, or did you want to?
Oh, we can simply report Mr. Marison's.
Yeah, we
City Council closed
had a
session.
closed session for performance reviews of the city manager and city attorney, and there was no reportable action. And Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to the posted agenda. Moving to the consent calendar, I did provide you with one change to page 13 of 16 of the minutes, and those were also posted on the website, so that will just be included in the minutes item. And then every item has been pulled with the exception of 8B and 8C.
So 8B and 8C
Is the consent calendar.
are the consent calendar. I entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And we should vote.
Motion does carry unanimously. Takes us to item 8A, and the speaker is Donna Westbrook.
Donna Westbrook, Encinitas. There used to be a time when the council, even though it might have taken a while, would read the whole ordinance. They would not put it on a consent calendar and tell everybody else, go check it out yourself. If we had a problem, we had questions, we could ask. But that has not happened within the last 3+ years, and we know why. And we certainly hope that you don't carry on what was done in the past. So approval to waive the full reading of the text of all ordinances and resolutions. And the resolutions are very important. They're not just something that you sign off and wave bye to. It depends on what the resolution is, but it does affect us for many years. And introduced at the meeting. Ordinances and resolutions shall be introduced and adopted by title only. Title only. Well, title doesn't mean much because you can hide a lot of things in a title. I can bring out resolutions that have been done in the past. So I object to approving a waiver of the ordinances and reading them, and I would like to change that right now. Now, I will do the first request, second request, third request, fourth request, as many as we need. And I'll be back standing here each week until you start reading the ordinances and the resolutions as you should be doing. And then we can go from there. But right now, do not approve or waive these if you have ordinances or resolutions without reading all of it. Thank you.
I would point out that this does not mean that we're not reading it. I've had enough. You're done. Your comments.
I had a few minutes left. I was just going to say, it's for the residents, really not for the council.
Well,
thank you.
I would say that we have, in my 10 years, never read the full ordinance, and but that doesn't mean we didn't read it. And so this is just an item that is included to avoid having to read it during a meeting. And I think that is good for continued, the conduct of the city's business. I also would point out that in this particular case, nothing is on the agenda that is an ordinance. I believe we do have one resolution, so we do need this. So I would move approval. Oh.
Yeah, and I think I'm in agreement with you, Tony. We don't want to waste the audience's time. We don't want to waste our time. This is just reading it. It's all written in front of us, and I think the speaker made a comment about resolutions. In fact, the correction that I made to the minutes that Kathy spoke about earlier was exactly that. In writing, we look at what the resolution said from the previous vote, and if it didn't capture what was done on videotape, correctly, then we have the opportunity when the minutes get adopted and the minutes become the permanent record. So, you know, I think the system works without having to sit here and read a bunch of ordinance language to all of us when we can read it much more quickly. And of course, as Tony pointed out, we have read it.
Is that a second?
That'll be a second, yes.
Motion carries unanimously. That now takes us to item 8D. And the speaker is Donna Westbrook.
Yes, a brief staff report, please.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council. Item 8D before us is the request the City Council to authorize the city manager and designee to seek a raise grant application for streetscape. This grant is coming available. It's due at the end of February, and we're looking to use this on other portions of the streetscape project which have not been done yet. So applications are due. We're asking for permission to pursue this grant to get some more funding.
Thank you.
Well, I read through this thing, and it seems that we have to provide, what, $2,500,000 or something like that for this grant, or is this another grant that has to be supported by the city? So if you could clarify that. And will this grant be available to the residents who want to read it, and what is being provided? That includes how it's written. Because believe it or not, some of the things or grants that the city has written has not been truthful. And I would think that the government or whoever's giving the grants would like to know about that. But could you please clarify that? Is that going to be the $2 million that the city has to add to the grant? And how much is the grant?
You can go ahead and finish up your comments, and then we'll take it up.
All right, please do. Thank you.
All right, I see in the report that there's a $2 million match that the city would have to provide if we were successful with this grant. And you are applying for a $10,000 grant, so it would be a total of $12 million, then it would be?
Correct. It's a $10 million grant. There would be a $2 million match from the city if we're successful.
Okay. Councilmember Ehlers.
And so also to clarify, so at this point, we haven't approved the $2 million, and we would be back in open public meeting to approve that in the future, should we be offered the grant, correct?
That's correct.
And the incremental cost of this grant exercise, I believe, is $25,000. So what we're really doing tonight is spending $25,000 in the hopes of getting much more than that in the $2 million or in the $10 million grant that we would have to then also allocate general funds, or probably general funds for $2 million.
Correct.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yes, thank you. Just to help inform folks about how we are funding our infrastructure, this is a good example of one way that we can get money into our city from other sources to help fund our needed infrastructure. We have formed an infrastructure task force to help us really hone these opportunities for how to extend our skills in getting to get more funding for our infrastructure. So it has been our practice for a little while now to look to sources like these federal sources for helping us to build what's really important to our community. So something like $10 million is not money that our city has. We just we're going to be starting our budgeting process very soon. So if you're interested in how much money we really have available in our city for different things, please stay tuned to that discussion. But this amount of money is not something we have, and we won't have this amount for, we just would take us decades to get this amount of money. So in order to do the things we want to do in our city, this is a route that we practice, and I'm in favor of this approach, and I'm going to move to pass 8D.
I'll second that.
Great, and we're going to submit this grant application by the end of this month, and then it'll be available via public records request, I assume?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Unanimously, that takes us to item 8E. The speaker is Donna Westbrook.
Hello, Council, Mayor. This item is basically related to a MOU between Sandag and the city to look at a feasibility study and economic analysis for a future sand replenishment project that would be kind of based on the region as a whole. And so essentially this is just the contract part, basically moving monies that are already in a Sandag account that we have there for this purpose. And so that's essentially what it is.
There's a question. There's no mention, maybe it was in the staff report, but how much money is in the Sandag account? And will we have to add more?
We won't be answering questions from the podium, so if you could wrap up all your questions, and then we'll get to staff and council deliberation.
Well, we've gone through this before on studies. As far as with Sandag, I don't know, but I'd really like to know how much it is, how much will be needed, and what is happening with the one we're doing it with the federal, which is supposed to be within, 5 years or so many, with Solana Beach and I think Del Mar. So I don't know if that also has to have money, if you could add if that would be possible, if that's going to be something that we have to pay for, or is it already paid for by the federal to put sand on the beach? Or as they say, nourish it. And you know, sand loves to be nourished. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is a regional project that will be, the study will be conducted by Sandag's team, and it is essentially a follow-up. It's Regional Beach Sand Replenishment 3. We've had 2 of them so far, and generally the costs were in large part of Transnet funds, correct?
Correct.
And so our share of this study is to hopefully advance to that point. Although Transnet is broke, we'll at least have a study that tells us what kind of money we need to come up with. And so having walked the beach yesterday between Moonlight and Stone Steps, the current state of the beach is ravaged by storms and so lacking sand, it's kind of scary. So the focus on sand is important, and I appreciate Sandag undertaking this in a regional way. This would, I think the intent would be to augment what the Corps of Engineers is doing.
Correct.
So this would be outside the areas where the Corps of Engineers, the borrow sites that would start basically replenishing sand at approximately Beacons and then move south. And this might be maybe north of that, near Ponto and such, among other places regionally.
Yep.
Okay. Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I think in my briefing with City Manager and Roy, I had the question of what was the beach replenishment to the previous one? How big was it? How much was the total cost? How much was Encinitas? And I was using that to inform what I expect to happen here. Secondarily, can we answer? I think Donna had a question about how much money is in the account. It's in the staff report, but it might be worth just saying it here publicly too. So.
Yeah. So as far as the funds, the existing account has about $84,000 in it. And so this amount is essentially $57,000. So there's no additional monies being requested other than utilizing funds that were from the Regional 2 project. Yeah, so essentially that's all we're doing is asking to carry that forward. And then as far as what was the other question related to?
It was, the 25 million was the total cost of the previous. Encinitas was 900,000.
900,000, correct.
I don't know, they came from Roy next to you there, so.
Yeah.
But I can read them off here too.
Yeah, essentially the cost of that project regionally was 25 million.
Yeah, and there was a $19 million, $19.5 million.
Yeah.
Is it a federal loan, a federal grant there that paid for the majority of it?
Yeah, it was boating and waterways that
So
basically.
this is another case where spending $57,000 now is the first step towards, as Joy showed, leveraging the small dollars to get big dollars for a region-wide benefit.
Yep, correct.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. I will add to that by just from the staff report, I believe it says that this is our share as far as our length of coastline, which is 28.86% of the region's coastline, and our share is 57,711. And I just want to add kind of a bigger picture. Sandag is one of the entities that is looking at our shoreline preservation, and we sit on the Shoreline Preservation Committee, and we get information that's very regional. I mean, it's not just our beach. What others do on their beaches affects our beach. So this is regional decision making, and it's very important to us to have that regional decision and solutions. So we'll be seeing more of this in the near future because the nourishment of our beaches really plays very strongly into the preservation of our cliffs and also just the safety that we want to continue to create for everyone, our residents and our visitors when they're visiting our beaches. So this is a really important activity. Thank you.
Thank you. And while we're on the subject of sand, there was supposed to be with the Build NCC a dredging of the Batiquitos Lagoon that got postponed or something, and that was under the auspices of the Department of Fish and Wildlife, I believe.
Correct.
I would love to get a report on where that went and when they intend to do that, because replenishing the sand north, from Ponto south to Grandview, et cetera, is pretty important, and we were certainly counting on that Build NCC mitigation, and it has something to do with Caltrans deciding they didn't have to widen the bridge over that particular lagoon, I believe, but it would be good to know, and to know who we should talk to about resuscitating that particular lagoon dredging. I don't really want to wait until 35 before that gets dredged again. So I think that's a separate issue, but I'd like to give direction to get some sort of report back. I will move approval of this item.
I'll second.
Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to item 8F. And the speaker is Donna Westbrook.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item 8F is regarding contract amendments to our as-needed engineering professional services. This is a contract capacity only item, so there's no direct financial consequences as a result of this. We use our as-needed engineering services firms to support our various capital improvement projects throughout the city, and as-needed contracts are an effective and efficient way of getting these contractors on board to support us. So, yeah, happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Donna Westbrook, Encinitas. It's very interesting that you're doing an as needed at $250,000 for what, 5 companies? But they can go up to $500,000. So therefore, you've got a nice range there. The question is, have you marked this money already, or you tell them you're going to pay for it later? Like, we'll promise you now. What is it? Give me a hamburger today, I'll pay you Tuesday or whatever. Is that what we're doing? Is that what you're doing? You're promising it now. However, does that make a contract that means that if you don't use them, they can say, well, maybe there might be something we can do here and get some money. Who knows? But the question I think you should really tell people is that you're looking at a max of, what is it, $2,500,000? Which is, that's chump change, I guess, the way the council thinks about it on a lot of stuff. But it does mean that if you're going to look at something like that, maybe that's not the way to go. I don't remember doing this all the time in the past. Of course, we didn't have all the money, free money floating around that you see so much in your stars and your eyes. And all of a sudden, we've got free money. Is this a good thing? I don't know. But at least tell people this is what you're going to do, because when I read this, I thought they had all the money for all these projects. Now all of a sudden we're giving them more money, or at least promising more money. So if this is going to be what you're going to do, put up front on what it is, that it's the promise of money if they do some work that we want. I don't know that you can do that, but maybe you can. Anyway, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
The nature of an as-needed contract, and I'm going to look to my staff to correct me if I'm wrong. So, but I believe the nature of an as-needed contract is there's a total amount that you can go up to a capacity number, but each task that's requested is scoped and negotiated based on just what's needed for that task. And so I believe our contracts are written in terms that that's where our approval is given on the task basis. Maybe there's some more information that could help clarify that.
That's correct. Yep.
Councilmember Ayers.
Yeah, to continue on that same theme, this does not allocate any money. There have to be further approvals either by city manager, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, city manager, 100,000 is your signature authority. Anything beyond that comes back here. We have a public meeting about it. So this contract is actually a mechanism that spans years. Budgets are in fiscal years, and we have to approve the money for the budget item, or if it's under 100,000, the city manager can do it. So this in and of itself is nothing more than, I think of it as a governor limit, that nobody can go beyond that without first changing this also. But if anything above 100,000 were to go against any one of these contracts, it's coming back here and we would have to approve it on a case-by-case basis. And I'm seeing nods, yes, from the city manager side. I must have.
All right, I would entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Was that Blackwell or Lyons?
Blackwell.
Thank you. Sorry. Motion carries unanimously, and that takes us to item 8G. And the speaker is Donna Westbrook.
All right, he didn't even have to move. This is an emergency declaration after the discovery of a large sinkhole roughly 20 feet deep over an existing storm drain line off the shoulder of Lake Drive down in Cardiff. And in the interest of public safety and protecting the condition of the road, staff decided to seek an emergency declaration to get this sinkhole repaired as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Donna Westbrook, Encinitas. Will this cover the whole street, or it's just where the sinkhole is, or what's the distance? Are we looking at this may happen again? So I have to tell you, on my street, there are potholes, sinkholes, they're popping up every day. And if you don't fix not just a portion, but the whole street. So where does that stand? Thank you.
This will repair the pipe that's in sinkhole right in this location right here.
Correct, and it's actually off the roadway.
Yeah.
It's within an open space easement.
Okay, I would move approval.
I will second that.
Motion carries unanimously. That does conclude the consent calendar, and now that takes us to action items. And the first item is item 10B.
10A is actually been removed from the agenda. Do I need to open the public hearing as I did last time?
No.
Don't have to.
No,
Okay.
this one was removed, and it's been renoticed.
Renoticed, everything's going to be new again. That's why
Exactly.
we don't have to go through that step. So it's there because it had been noticed.
Correct.
So that takes us to item 10B, which is the council hearing from applicants for Commission for the Arts, Environmental Commission, Parks and Recreation Commission, Planning Commission, Senior Citizen Commission, and Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission. And in this particular case, the Planning Commission is one that we work from motions from the body, and then the balance are based upon recommendations from the mayor. So,
This one? And we do have a public speaker.
public speaker.
And this is a public speaker other than an applicant. June Hansberger?
Okay. June Hansberger. Welcome.
Good evening. 10A being removed took me a little by surprise, sorry. I'm ready now. Good evening, Mayor Krantz and council members. My name is June Hansberger, and I am a 30-year resident of Leucadia. I'm here tonight to support the reappointment of incumbent commissioners Chris Ryan of the Planning Commission and James Gross of Mobility and Traffic Commission. Both commissioners were originally appointed to fulfill partial terms, and they have become important members on their commissions. I urge you to reappoint both of them. Additionally, I am here to support David Thiele as the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commissioner for New Encinitas. I have known David as a friend and neighbor since 1999, and he has been advocating for safe cycling routes for years. He regularly cycles to work and has firsthand knowledge of the state of the city's roads, bike lanes, sidewalks, and infrastructure. David is thoughtful and hardworking and cares about creating safe mobility in all of Encinitas. I hope you consider supporting him as the next Mobility and Traffic Safety Commissioner for New Encinitas. Thank you so much for your time this evening. I know you have a lot of great candidates to get through, so I appreciate you and all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, June. All right, so how about, can we start with the Planning Commission?
That's fine, whatever you wish. Okay, so I'm going to call, I'm going to call each applicant. We do have 3 scheduled vacancies, and these appointment terms will be ending in March 2026. That's a full 3-year term. And the positions that we're looking for is a Leucadia representative, New Encinitas representative, and a Olivenhain representative. So the first applicant is Chris Ryan for Leucadia.
I would also like to add that for the Leucadia and Olivenhain seats on the Planning Commission, the incumbents were the only applicants for the position. So it seems like those are.
So you're suggesting they could keep their speeches shorter?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm suggesting.
And we know Bob tends to go on, so.
Yes.
I think Bob wrote something out.
Yeah.
I did not. Just want to say thank you for the opportunity I've had in the last year and a half serving on the Planning Commission. And if you reappoint me, I look forward to my next term and hope to make you all proud. Thank you.
Thank you for applying again.
I wrote it out, so sorry. I can't. You're right, Bruce. I can't just not. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Bob Prendergast, and I'm here this evening to present myself as an applicant to represent the city's 4th District on the Planning Commission. Development is inevitable in the city of Encinitas. Well-planned, responsible development can enhance the community spirit and generate vital revenue to the city. Development is happening here in Encinitas, North County, and San Diego, and will continue to happen as residents flock to San Diego to take advantage of our robust economy, lifestyle, and education system. However, this demand increases pressures to maintain the very quality of life that drew us all here in the first place. An informed planning commission comprised of commissioners with a broad and diverse range of experience is an essential component of a successful city. In my short time on the Planning Commission, we have tackled many complicated issues, including housing development, zoning ordinances, ADU codes, short-term rental policy, and business opportunities. Increased housing densities required by new ever-changing state laws affect the size and location of new developments, stressing infrastructure and changing the character of our community. The Commission is charged with recommendations of zoning, coastal development, conditional use permits for businesses, major use permits, the city's general plan, specific plans that cover communities and business, CEQA impacts on our coastal landscapes, including beach erosion, rehab, and our important concerns. Projects along El Camino Real, housing development, and densification will continue to be a focus of the Commission. And my 30 years' experience in commercial real estate has provided me immediate value to the Planning Commission. Over my career, I've completed transactions totaling over $8.5 billion. I worked as a commercial real estate agent for 30 years, the last 15 of which with Jones Lang LaSalle, and have worked with investment managers Starwood Capital and CB Global Investors. My experience affords me the understanding of complex financial models, capitalization structures that are required by developers, and applicants to complete successful projects. During my tenure with Shimizu, a Japanese real estate development company, I was involved with the development and entitlement and management of commercial properties, hotels, and affordable housing in San Diego and across the country. I've worked closely with land use consultants, real estate attorneys, property managers, construction companies, architects, and commercial agents. Additionally, I bring my experience from the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission to the Commission, where citywide issues of traffic speed, traffic calming, bicycle safety, pedestrian and equestrian safety were identified, discussed, and resolved. I feel I've made valuable contributions and brought industry acumen and perspective to the Commission's deliberations. I care deeply for the preservation of our community and hope in my efforts to create a better community for all city residents. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, and then we'll go to the new Encinitas applicants. We do have 2. The 3rd applicant did withdraw her application. Susan Sherrod, followed by Michael Quinn.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. Council and Mayor. My name is Susan Sherrod. I live in New Encinitas. I'm very grateful for my past 3 years' experience on the Planning Commission, and it's been important to me to make the best use of my experience and abilities. Volunteering started for me in 5th grade when I was asked to read to first graders. And so I had no idea that many years later, here I would be, applying again and serving as a planning commissioner, serving on the Native Plants Task Force, serving on the El Camino Real Corridor Specific Plan Task Force. I believe we're making good progress with our task force work, and I hope to be selected to continue that work. I now have a combination of 40 years of relevant career experience. 39 years of it is in California. I earned my Master of Architecture degree in California and San Diego, and I'm a registered architect in California. So I have developed more specific knowledge, however, serving as a planning commissioner, about evaluating the proposed projects, how to review staff reports ahead of meetings, to be prepared to review, deliberate, and discuss the findings. My education and work prepared me well to read construction documents, which include drawings, maps, specifications. I studied a broad range of topics, and later, as a professor of engineering, I taught others how to research project feasibility for return on investment, sustainability, codes, ordinances, and so forth. Each time a project is evaluated, the site is unique. Documents vary. The proposed projects have short and long-term effects on our community. So this is complex work, and it's critical to be open-minded, to read ahead, and listen carefully during the meetings to the staff, the applicants, and public comments, of course. Prior to having open public deliberation. So the review includes multiple ordinances and policies, but fortunately our city staff, they do an excellent job and prepare the hard work. For me, it's ideal if we provide the public a sense of ownership of planning process. And I think I'm out of time, so I think you get the general idea. I feel very fortunate to be in Encinitas, and I hope you allow me to continue. Thank you.
Did you have questions for her or after?
No.
Okay.
For general, when we.
Yep.
Yep.
Quinn?
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor. It's a privilege to be here. My name is Michael Quinn. I live on Rodney Avenue. I've been a homeowner there since 1979. It seems like yesterday, but it's actually 45 years. Time really flies. In essence of time, I got a little aggressive with clicking all the commissions. I thought, well, I could add value to this one, I could add value to that one and this one, and I think I clicked them all. So I apologize for that, so I'll speak once out of respect to everybody's time. So I've been, as I mentioned, here for 45 years. I raised 3 daughters here. Unfortunately, they moved away. They moved to Spain, Bali, and Oregon. But I want Encinitas to be a place for the residents and anybody else that comes here the way that I remember it. My background is this, okay? 30-plus years as a vice president of sales for a variety of natural and organic products. I owned a health food store down in San Diego. I served as president of the Adams Avenue Business Association Business Improvement District for 8 years. That was 600 businesses. I led the redevelopment of the district, leveraging community development block grant monies. Started the largest free music festival in San Diego, attracting over 100,000 guests. This would fall into the arts. I was formerly a CASA, which is a court-appointed special advocate for foster children. I served on the board of directors of San Elijo HOA as treasurer with a budget of $9 million. I'm currently a docent at San Luis Rey Mission, guiding fourth graders on field trips. I'm also currently a certificated substitute teacher in 4 school districts from Temecula, Fallbrook, Oceanside, and right here in San Diego. As a matter of fact, I subbed today at Oak Crest. That was fun with the middle schoolers. Tomorrow I'm over at San Diego. Monday I was over at Torrey Pines. And I look at those young kids and I think, you know, this is a great community we have here in Encinitas, and if I could add value to continue to make it the greatest place on earth. I mean, if you look at the Forbes magazine, I think we all probably have, and we've sent it to all of our friends around the world. So I think I can add a lot of value to whatever commission that you feel that I would fit. Thank you for your time.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, so I'm obviously an ex-planning commissioner, so I think I've worked with 2 out of the 3, and the third is a good friend, used to live in my neighborhood, so I know the 3 incumbents quite well. I actually think right now we have a great mix on the planning commission. We have an architect, we have a developer, we have an ardent environmentalist, and et cetera, et cetera. The one thing I would comment about the Planning Commission is that it's a longer learning curve than most. I've served on it twice over 20 years, and it took me about 1.5 years, 2 years to come up to speed to really get to the point where I understood the code and a lot of the things coming before us and saw enough examples. So I think we have to be careful in changing people out too often. So I'll be supporting the 3 incumbents. The other thing to remember is that the current chair, Kevin Doyle, I think he's only 1 year behind me in terming out. So I think he terms out within a little over 1 year from now. So having a little more seniority, if you will, within the group, I would err on that side. Talking about the 2 that I served with individually, Susan is probably the best and brightest voice for the environment. She is always there representing whether it's native plants and she speaks very highly and educated in her points. And Chris impressed me her first time on the commission, first meeting, being a prosecutor and a lawyer. Got the law just like that and understood and just got to the right conclusion so quickly, and I think she brings that perspective to the commission. So I'll leave it at that, or I can make a nomination if you...
Can we vote on this all together, or do they have to be individual? All together. So I would enter, if that's a motion?
And I'll do a motion to appoint the 3 incumbents for the 3 positions. Do I have to name them out? That should be good, right?
That works.
I'll second that.
And I'll just repeat for the record, that is the Leucadia representative would be Chris Ryan, New Encinitas, Susan Sherrod, and then Olivenheim, Robert Prendergast. That motion does carry unanimously. And then do you want to go back to the beginning?
Parks and Rec?
You want to go, whatever you desire.
Yep.
Being moved to Parks and Recreation, and we do have 4 scheduled vacancies for full 3-year terms ending in March 2026. And our applicants, Gerald Ann Kessler, be followed by Robert Lando, Keith Meldal, and then Dan O'Halloran, Michael Quinn, and Julie Bandu Aurora.
Okay, Geraldine? Yes, there you go.
I am applying for the Parks and Recs because I have learned the importance of open space for people's mental health during this 3-year pandemic. I found that being outside is mood altering and wonderful for the soul. which I already knew prior to the pandemic, but it confirmed during these last 3 years. If I was put on the committee, I would work real hard to get as much open space possible for the Encinitas community. I would search for any avenue to increase the amount of open space per person in Encinitas. With all these housing projects that are required by the state, I think a balance with open space is needed, and perhaps an oversight by the state not making open space a requirement for these housing projects. And I don't believe a balcony serves as a real open space. I would encourage walking to parks and schools rather than driving. I would like to do something about the dangers of these e-bikes pose for the community and figure out some rules they need to follow. Every time you pull out at Encinitas Boulevard, you could slam into an e-biker speeding down that hill. And this causes a public health and safety issue that should be addressed sooner than later. My background is primary medical, and I see firsthand what not being in nature can do to a person's physical and mental well-being. It breaks your body down with disease and multiple health issues. I also have a degree from San Diego State in Recreation Systems Management, and I have some knowledge of how parks and recs are run. I would also work to support getting as many people involved in the Ocean Knoll cleanup, which is near and dear to my heart because both of my kids went to that school. They learned to love gardening and science due to this great program that was provided by the baccalaureate curriculum at that school implemented the years they were there. My son even decided to volunteer on a regular basis to the canyon for his college resume, of course, but he is passionate about this and enjoys working outside and has great memories of Ocean Knoll's years. Anyway, thank you for listening, and I don't really like to toot my own horn, but I would love to do that kind of a job, but I see you have lots of people that want to do it too, but thanks for listening.
Robert Lando?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Robert Lando, and I'm here to speak in support of my application to serve on either the Parks and Recreation Commission or the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission for Old Encinitas. I want to just introduce myself and tell you a little bit about myself, and then I'll sit down. I was born in Vancouver, Canada. And when I was about 20 years old, I moved to North County for my first time. I've been here, this is my third time moving to North County, and my first time to Encinitas. I've lived in Tennessee and in Ohio, and after each of my eastern posts, I came back to North County and Encinitas. My wife, Julia, is a San Diego native, and our two grown daughters live and work nearby. My most recent job lasted nearly 30 years. With 3 partners, we founded a company in Oberlin, Ohio to manufacture and supply automation for the labor-starved horticulture and agriculture industries. We steadily grew the business, and our reputation for excellence ultimately resulted in steady employment for approximately 75 staff members with various skill sets. We supported clients in nearly every U.S. state and Canadian province. We developed an amazing company culture that attracted and retained stellar talent. In anticipation of the eventual sale of our business, Julie and I bought our home in Encinitas on Crest Drive 4 years ago in fulfillment of our lifelong dream to come back to live and finish our lives in Encinitas. I've recently stepped off the board of Neighborhood Alliance, an Ohio social services nonprofit operating a homeless shelter for intact families and offering hot delivered meals to over 500 seniors per week, among other services. I continue to serve on the board of directors for American Hort, the National Association of Horticultural Professionals. I'm not an academic, an aspiring politician, or an activist of any kind. I don't have an agenda. I play well with others, and I believe I can bring a fresh, unbiased, unencumbered, common sense perspective to issues and challenges. I hope to contribute and collaborate with others in support of initiatives and protections that will benefit all residences and businesses of Encinitas. We love Encinitas, and I want to contribute. If given the opportunity, I will give the post my all. Thank you.
Keith?
All right, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you here today. I'm here for my candidacy in the Parks and Recreation Commission. I'm a recently retired professor from Miracosta College, where I taught geology and oceanography for more than 20 years. And during the last 10 years, I was exclusively at the San Elijo campus right here in Encinitas. And I'm also an avid outdoors person committed to protecting our local environment. My wife and I are enjoying our third decade as Encinitas residents. And like many of you, we delighted in the nature preserves and hiking trails and ballparks and dog walking parks of our community. And we know that not a single one of these benefits would exist or be maintained if not for the hard work of individuals. Some of them are in this room. And serving on the commission would give me a chance to make a contribution to these community assets that I have enjoyed for so long. And it also would represent a natural extension of the public outreach that I've been doing as a teacher for most of my career. I'll give you just a couple of examples. I've published 3 books on the geology of the western U.S. and Southern California, and it was really gratifying to hear the discussion of Agenda Item 8E, where people were talking about the beach sand supply and erosion of our beaches, because that's a big part of my book called Surf, Sand, and Stone. My books have led to numerous public presentations at our local libraries and book clubs and naturalist associations in our community and throughout San Diego. I've also led numerous geology training sessions for docents and naturalists at our coastal parks, including Torrey Pines State Park, San Elijo Lagoon, and Bataquitos Lagoon. And aside from my record of public outreach, I think skills learned in my career as a teacher would be helpful to this commission. One would be, for example, the ability to evaluate scientific data, to look at data quantitatively. Careful listening and respectful interaction, which I've done and learned to do through service on committees at Miracosta College. And welcoming multiple points of view in making decisions. If I am appointed, my first objective would be to listen and learn all I can about the commission's current goals and how I can help. I'm open-minded about tasks I could be put to work wherever I might be needed. I also have specific projects to propose to the commission that I'd like to undertake, such as developing more educational signage for our parks and preserves, expanding recreational trails, exploring how to reduce water use at our parks, and restoring natural habitat. Thank you very much.
Keith, I have to tell you, Keith, that my husband's a coastal scientist, and your book is on our shelves, and you're one of his favorite authors.
Well, I appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Sounds like you got an advantage there, yes.
Dan O'Halloran? Is Dan here? Let's see, Dan.
Dan sent an email, so apparently couldn't make it tonight.
And then Michael Quinn spoke. Do you want to say some more words? Okay. And then our final applicant is Julie Vander. Oh, thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and distinguished council members. I'm Julie Vander Aura. Having been a commissioner for Parks and Recreation in Solana Beach for several years, I submitted my application to Encinitas Parks and Recreation and the Arts Commission. I'm experienced at being a commissioner, reaching out successfully to neighbors and residents to grow or discuss ideas, plus speaking to City Council on several occasions through public comment or via staff regarding the team's plans and goals. Encinitas, being such a great town, I do admire the community, city staff, and business owners, and what has been accomplished already. I would love to serve the residents, businesses, and City Council to further this progress. I recently watched the latest Parks and Recreation recorded meeting and enjoyed listening to the agenda items and objectives, and I'm excited to give my time and energy to making any changes or improvements that meet the needs and desires of the city. I appreciate your consideration of my application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And as Councilmember Ehlers mentioned, with the planning commissioners, incumbency is beneficial, and I tend to agree that that is true of all of our commissions. So I do lean towards reappointment of incumbent commissioners who have reapplied. So with that, on this particular commission, My recommendation would be that we appoint Keith Meldal, Dan O'Halloran, Michael Quinn, and Julie Vander Aura. And it hurts because everybody that applied would contribute a lot to the commission. So it's very difficult to make these decisions, but that would be those would be my nominees.
I'll second that.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. And look for, there are openings that happen occasionally, so be sure you're signed up for the city's weekly newsletter, email newsletter, because the city clerk does appoint unscheduled openings to commissions if you weren't selected here.
I think the San Diego Botanical Gardens might be recruiting volunteers out in the audience too, and so I saw Ari run over there.
Yes, he's like that. He's always out there looking for.
Good job, Ari.
So Senior Citizen Commission, please.
Okay, we'll move to the Senior Citizen Commission. We do have four applicants since Michael Quinn was appointed. These are for full 3-year terms ending in March 2026. Jesse Hanwitt, Karen Koblenz, Lambert Ling, and then Maureen Martin is unable to attend, but she did send an email. So Jesse Hanwitt, if you're here, you can come forward.
You're all welcome to speak, but if you didn't hear, she said that there are 4 spaces and there are 4 applicants now. So you've sold us. You're welcome to speak, though. You came and you sat, and I'm happy to hear from you. Well, I have 2 minutes for it. Yep, come on up. And I very much appreciate the fact that you are contributing already, so thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Krantz and City Council members, my name is Jessie Hanwitt, and I'm just completing my first term as a commissioner on the Encinitas Senior Citizens Commission. I've really enjoyed having the opportunity to work collaboratively on several ad hoc committees with my fellow commissioners. I've been able to use my grant writing skills to help acquire funding for exercise equipment and shade sails for the outdoor patio of the senior center, holiday baskets for participants in the senior nutrition program at the senior center, and just very recently securing Vials of Life to distribute to seniors throughout Encinitas. I've shared information about the governor's master plan for aging, and I've joined the Age Well San Diego Housing Committee, which I like to report back to the commission about every time we meet. Along with my fellow commissioners, I've composed a letter which was sent to the Encinitas City Council regarding the importance of universal design to allow people to be able to age in place. And that's a concept that's very important to me. I have a long history of both working and volunteering in the communities I've lived in, and I feel that I'm comfortable with change, a team player, a hard worker, and an excellent listener. I feel that the senior community in Encinitas can make the city both strong and vibrant, and I feel that it helps to join cultures and experiences. I would like to continue to be part of the commission and focus on enhancing the lives of our senior residents by providing information about meaningful programs, resources, and connections. I know that the commission is respected and that senior citizens are respected in the Encinitas community, and I would like to continue to be serving on the commission to make sure that that continues. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
City Council members, Mayor, yes, I know I don't have to speak, but first of all, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity for the time that I have been on the commission. I so look forward to the additional time, and I really do want to commend not only the City Council, the Mayor, and my senior commissioners. They have been magnificent in a very difficult time where we're just now starting to get back. So I think we're ready to hit the ground rolling, and the group is wonderful. So thank you.
Thank you for all you do.
Mayor Krantz, City Council members. My name is Lambert Ling. I've been serving a partial term since October 2020. I think this term has been difficult for all the commissioners, but especially for the Senior Citizen Commission because of the impact on our seniors in the city of Encinitas. So I would like to say we've got 4 incumbents, and they all want to come back. And that says a lot for, I think, the commissioners and our relationship with the excellent staffers at the Community and Senior Center, and we're building a new relationship with the Youth Commission, which is amazing. So thank you for the opportunity for allowing us to continue to do good work.
Yes, thank you. It does reflect very well on the commissioners, and I can't say it enough how much I appreciate the efforts that you put forth. I also, anybody that steps up and submits an application, I really appreciate that too, so. Anybody else going to speak?
That's it.
That's it. Okay, I made a motion, and is there a second?
Second. Oh, either way.
Councilmember Ehlers seconded.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. So, Commission for the Arts.
Commission for the Arts, we do have 4 scheduled vacancies, again, full 3-year terms, ending in March 2026. And we have, let's see, Julie was appointed, Michael Quinn was appointed, so we now have 1, 2, 3, 4.
So here again, it looks like we have, with Michael Quinn already appointed, as well as Julie, we have 4 applicants.
That's correct.
So, happy to hear from all of you, but
I'll call in order Vicki Campbell, James Hebert, Niyati Kadakia, and then Jennifer Markovitz.
Vicky? Oh, you don't look like Vicky.
No, let's talk about this a second. Vicky felt ill and she left, but she has a presentation and she asked me if I would present it for her. So it's up to you, but clarification looks like it's up.
Can he fill out a public speaker slip? Is it too late for that? I would also say that there are 4 candidates and there are 4 positions, so you could email us this presentation, or?
There's only 4 candidates?
Yes, sir.
She says she's...
Well, there were 6, and 2 of them have already been appointed, so...
Okay, well,
let's
in
hear
the
for the
interest of
next one.
time, I think she would much rather shorten her time than speak less than some of the incumbents have.
Okay, very good. So next speaker.
Is James Hebert?
Thank you. I just wanted to say thanks for all you do. I've really enjoyed being on the Arts Commission. I'm very happy to be returning, and it's been gratifying to serve with Councilmember Lyons on the Cultural Tourism Committee as well as part of my work there. So thank you, and I'll look forward to more.
We have Niyati.
Hello, my name is Niyati, and thank you so much for allowing me to serve, actually. So this is very lucky. I'm very grateful to be here. I stand here after have lived in 3 countries, 11 cities in the last 20 years. And I'm the first immigrant in my family, and I have 2 daughters who go to SDA, very young daughters. So what has made Encinitas home? Encinitas has made home for me because of the people here, which I find exceptional, and I have lived in a lot of places. What also makes this home is the sense of the union of art and science and modern and tradition, and the unique call it has to the East. And I'm from India, so it speaks to me for some reason. Being on the commission, I want to be a stewardess as well as a promoter of a written, spoken, and visual arts. And I want to, in particular, empower diversity, inclusion, and immigrant art in our cities. I also want to really encourage and empower the youth of this city, younger people of the city, to be part of commissions, be part of just local community and take an active effort. I see most people here are either retired or are on their way to be retired. And although this takes time and effort, I think I would encourage that, and I would like to do what I preach. I have a BA in literature from Scripps College, not far from here in Claremont Colleges. I have a BS in chemical engineering from USC and MA from Columbia University in New York. I'm a PhD candidate in the neurophysiology of yoga from CIHS and UCSD. It's a collaborative program. I've published 3 award-winning children books and who have won the Purple Dragonfly Award. And I'm an amateur poet, and I'm a trauma-certified yoga instructor. And I do believe that art is not only expression, but it's a way of being. And I really, truly feel that Encinitas is a very special place because of the art. And I want to be do my part to protect it and make it more beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And the street you live on has produced a
Yes.
significant number of contributors to our city. A council member, a traffic commissioner, and others, musicians, and a senior commissioner. It's just something about that street. It's in the water, I guess.
Then Jennifer?
Mayor, Mr. Krantz, and council members. My name is Jennifer Marakovitz, like a maraca. It's a pleasure to meet you. I feel privileged to have a few moments of your busy time to share my enthusiasm to be considered as a member of the Arts Commission of Encinitas. My focus is outreach to the youth and education. By manner of short introduction of my background, my husband and I consider ourselves now longtime Encinitans, having been living in Encinitas for 27 wonderful years. I'm a music educator, a pianist, and a curriculum specialist. During my early years living in Encinitas, I developed a joyful music business in Cardiff, which I fondly called the Maraca Music Studio. And I taught infants through adults. I work as a music educator for the Chula Vista Elementary School District. Over the years, CVSD and area districts such as Sweetwater have cultivated a dynamic arts community, and the city of Chula Vista was named Best Community in Music Education 5 years in a row by NAM. Traveling to CV each day is an absolute joy. Many people say, you travel that far? But I love it, but I also love it here. I love teaching the students and my colleagues and developing programs and opportunities such as arts nights and performances, and developing inclusive and culturally responsive arts education. As I said, but I love Encinitas, and we've been here, and we don't think we're going to be moving. And I'd like to bring out our youth more to develop their talents. I believe the city of Encinitas can be a top leader of the coastal communities around here that promotes outstanding opportunities and develops the talents of its citizens, especially the youth, who should be showcasing their work every moment that they can get. Every Encinitan should wake up each day and ponder, what will I do in Encinitas today? It is imperative that people have opportunities to express themselves through the arts more than ever, and as an educator, I see that every day. I hope to be considered as a member of the Arts Commission, and as a board member, both hands would be on deck without a doubt through my strong work ethic. I believe in strong networks with entrepreneurs, because there's many throughout the city, as well as budding artists like my daughter, and educational systems, and planning a plethora of enriching opportunities with creative individuals. Encinitas is a city that has demonstrated that the arts are indeed a top priority, which complements its friendly charm that everyone loves. Through its leadership and influence, the arts will consequently flourish and ripple through the education systems and through citizen life, especially for our youth, providing quality, enriching experiences. I thank you for your service to this glorious city, and thank you for consideration.
Thank you. And as part of this motion, before I make it, I would also like to give a shout out to Mr. Michael Schmidt, who served 2 terms and did a great job contributing to the arts in Encinitas. And I know his contributions to the arts will continue. I look forward to the council presenting him with a proclamation here down the road a piece for his contributions. He promised to bring his ukulele and sing to us all. So with that, I would nominate Vicki Campbell, James Hubert, Niati Kadakia, and Jennifer Marakovitz.
I will second that.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you all. Now to the Environmental Commission.
The Environmental Commission, we do have 2 scheduled vacancies, and we now have 3 applicants, Ari Novi, Carol Parker, and then Destiny Preston. Ari Novi, did you want to come up and speak?
Hello. My name is Ari Novi. I'm an applicant to the commission to be a commissioner for the Environmental Commission. It's my honor to currently serve as chair of the Environmental Commission, and I would be further honored to serve a 2nd term as commissioner. I'm a botanist by training with a PhD in plant biology from Rutgers University. I've dedicated my professional life to the advancement of plant conservation and botanical education, primarily through a career in botanical gardens. I've served as executive director of the United States Botanic Garden in Washington, D.C., and I'm now president and CEO of our wonderful botanic garden here in Encinitas. I'm an active scientist, also currently holding a research appointment at the Salk Institute. I serve on many governance and advisory boards related to botany and environmental education, including the Cornell University Alliance for Science, Botanic Garden Conservation International, the American Public Gardens Association, and Green Legacy Hiroshima. And I'm very proud to have been a scientific advisor on the television, the children's television show, The Magic School Bus, and most recently for Disney Animation Studios. As a commissioner, I've led engagement of the Encinitas Environmental Commission on issues such as integrated pest management, working now on native plants, nuclear waste disposal, and several aspects of vegetation and natural lands management. If reappointed, I will continue to bring my knowledge and passion to the commission with a strong focus on utilizing scientific knowledge to positively impact the city's stewardship of the environment. As a father raising 2 children here in Encinitas, I can think of nothing more important than working to improve our wonderful city's environmental health for all of our citizens. Thank you.
Carol Parker?
Good evening, Mayor Krantz and the City Council members. I am Carol Parker, and I am interested in continuing to serve on the Environmental Commission. I began my term in August of 2021, and I've enjoyed really working on the commission. My background is that I have a PhD in molecular biology from UCLA, and I was a scientist in biotech and a regulatory professional in pharma. Additionally, I have volunteered on way too many things, and I continue to volunteer on probably way too many things. And I have lived in Encinitas for 18 years now. And I also want to say that I do have an agenda, and my agenda is to lower greenhouse gases in Encinitas. And so I'm focusing on planting trees and also trying to get a tree canopy goal with Encinitas, because I think that would help with development and incentivize residents to plant more trees. And additionally, I am interested in strengthening the climate action plan and helping with the native plant ordinance. And I'm also very interested in food waste, and I would like to help with increasing compliance for residents and businesses for keeping organics out of the landfill and putting that in green waste. And so I really hope that you will consider me for a continuation with starting a new term for Environmental Commission. Thank you.
Destiny Preston?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Destiny Preston, and I'm a proud resident of Leucadia. I'm here as an applicant to the Environmental Commission because I know this is the most effective way to make a meaningful impact in my community. My life has been shaped by a passion for public service and the environment. I have over 5 years of government work experience dedicated to coastal and transportation planning, which I believe provides valuable experience that is directly applicable to the Environmental Commission. I currently work as a climate change planner for the Caltrans headquarters Office of Air Quality and Climate Change. I'm the sea level rise lead for all statewide transportation planning, which requires close coordination with the California Coastal Commission, but also all Caltrans coastal districts. So districts 1, 4, 5, 7, 11, and 12, 11 being San Diego and Imperial counties. In this role, I have built expertise pertaining to statewide sea level rise planning, which does include some of the challenges that are unique to the North County region, such as planning for the Los San corridor. I currently serve on the project development team and technical advisory committee, which is working to create a multimodal corridor plan that addresses sea level rise adaptation and active transportation needs for the Pacific Coast Highway in Los Angeles and Ventura counties. Prior to working for Caltrans, I worked for the Coastal Commission as a coastal program analyst, and I was the environmental justice liaison for my district office. In my role at the Coastal Commission, I reviewed coastal development permits, local coastal program amendment applications to ensure consistency with the Coastal Act, and I drafted staff reports for commission action on permits and appeals, and worked closely with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as local government staff. Prior to working for the Coastal Commission, I worked on sea level rise planning for the County of Marin, which followed some private sector experience in Malibu and the Santa Monica Mountains. In addition, I have experience serving on nonprofit boards, including the Environmental Protection Information Center, and I previously served as chair of the City of Arcata's Economic Development Committee, which is located in a small college town in Northern California. If I'm appointed to the commission, I hope to contribute to climate change, sea level rise, and cliff retreat planning. And I believe that my background provides a strong foundation to do meaningful work for the city's Environmental Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
I will follow if you would like to make a motion.
Okay, well, I would once again nominate the incumbents, as painful as that is, because we had the Destiny's application is very strong as well. But Ari and Carol have made significant contributions to the commission, and so I would nominate them for reappointment.
Thank you. I just wanted the opportunity to speak because I served for 2 terms on the Environmental Commission before being appointed to City Council and then recently elected to the seat. And I follow the Environmental Commission very closely. What the work that comes from the Environmental Commission has been very impressive, and I just want to compliment both Carol and Ari for their leadership on many environmental initiatives that have ultimately come to our City Council. So I agree with Mayor Kranz that giving the incumbents the opportunity to serve again is the right way forward. But I do want to reemphasize for Destiny Preston that there are many opportunities, and I hope you continue to connect with us to see how you can help in the future, but also look for where there's opportunities of unintended or unexpected vacancies on the Environmental Commission. Sometimes things happen and people have to step down. So thank you for coming, and thank you for your interest.
Councilmember Hinsey.
Yes, I also want to thank Destiny for applying. Oh my gosh, your resume is incredible. Maybe we can direct Pam to hire you because we could definitely use some of that. Yeah, you would be such an asset to our city. And really, when I look at your resume and I hear you speak and you sat through a long meeting tonight, to me, you represent the best of what Encinitas can create and the kind of person that we should be building housing for so that you can stay here and continue to help our city be the kind of city that we want. So please send us an email so that we can keep your contact info and we can let you know the next time one of these opportunities comes up. So yeah, just amazing. Thank you.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I looked at your background. I'm going to support Tony's proposal. But I looked at your background. I said, this is planning commission. And it's unfortunate we have very good planning commissioners too. And I had the same thought. The director was here earlier. He should have been here to talk to you, to hire you. So thank you. And please stay involved.
Okay, I didn't hear anybody say second on that, so.
Second.
Second. We all did.
Okay.
I hit the button.
All right, we'll go with. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, great, thank you. That brings us to the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission. It's a one that was originally organized by community. So we see tonight that there are Leucadia, New Encinitas, and Old Encinitas appointments to be made. There also are two at-large positions on that commission, they were added to the commission in 2013, I believe. So it was a change, but for now we are looking at Leucadia, New Encinitas, and Old Encinitas.
We'll start with Leucadia. We do have 3 applicants, Scott Campbell, followed by James Gross, and then Aaron Hebsche.
Okay, I'll try to keep this short. My game plan was a little bit off, but maybe you still have a chance here. The incumbents have a definite advantage, and I'm not going to dispute that. The incumbents have been fantastic. So let's review the charter for the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission. Number A is our duty to conduct analyses and provide recommendations on matters related to safety and mobility of all modes. That's walking, biking, cars, buses, skateboards, hovercraft, if that's probably going to come up sometime. Section D, if we're lucky, the commission gets to review and provide recommendations on major roadway projects. I've done lots of recommendations and reviews. I shouldn't really have to talk too much about that with this group. But let me tell you a little story. I just got one of my newfangled e-bikes about 6 weeks ago, and I was riding it. And yesterday, I don't know what was going on Tuesday traffic, but it was a good thing I had it because I would never have made it to the shore on La Costa Avenue because the traffic that we've been talking about so much due to the thing. You know, I've seen it, and I witnessed it again. Earlier this night, we talked about mobility on some of our roads, and particularly Acadia Boulevard. I definitely agree. That road is crumbling beyond any other road that I travel, except for maybe Vulcan, but it gets a lot more traffic. It's a regional road. I mean, it provides county-wide access. If I'm selected for this commission, I'm going to provide a different perspective than some of the current participants. I'm not an active bike rider. I have one, but I don't ride it to work. I don't commit to it. I ride it for fun, for recreation. I appreciate the safety. When I was a little kid, I got ran off the road. I understand what this is like. If you look at some of the statistics from the upcoming report, they kind of contradict this whole bicycle thing. It's all modes of operation, not just bicycles. Whether you select me or not, I'm still going to provide review and recommendations to the council. I hope you select me. Thank you for your time.
James Gross.
Evening, Council and Mayor. I'm James Gross. I was appointed to the Encinitas Traffic and Safety Commission a few months ago, and now my seat is up for reappointment. A little about me, I'm the father of 3 young kids, ages 6, 4, and 1. Shout out to Penn, Rex, and Cole, who should be in bed, but I think might be watching. And with my wife, we live in Leucadia. I'm a software entrepreneur by trade. I started a company called Percolate out of New York City and grew it to 300 employees, and ultimately we ended up selling it in 2018. After selling Percolate, I turned some of my attention to rethink urban mobility. I co-founded Micromobility Industries in late 2018 in order to bring together entrepreneurs and policymakers to rethink urban areas and mobility. Micromobility America and Micromobility Europe are the 2 largest events globally around small electric vehicles and how we can rethink urban areas to create more safe, healthy, and equitable mobile solutions. We will lose more than 40,000 Americans to traffic violence this year. It is the number one way we will lose our children until they're well into their adulthood. In the U.S., pedestrian deaths have reached a 40-year high. Pete Buttigieg, the head of the United States Department of Transportation, has said that our nation's traffic violence is at crisis levels. California's pedestrian fatality rate is more than 25% higher than the national average. But there is hope. We can look at the other places in this world that also have growing economies, cell phones, and cars and see a very different picture. Despite having a population 1/3 larger than the United States, the European Union has less than half as many traffic deaths per year. I'm not a Europhile. I'm proud to be an American, and it pains me that when I was born, the United States was the safest place to be mobile in the world, and we lost that status in the 21st century, and it continues to get worse compared with other advancing economies. I'd like to do my part in making the streets of Encinitas as safe as possible. I applaud all the work that has been done to date, from the streetscapes to the roundabouts to the speed calming measures to the My Encinitas app, which I really actually enjoy, to the bike sharing, to the parklets, the active transportation plan that's incredibly progressive, and the fun events that we have for our kids like Cyclovia. I'm also proud to tell my friends that don't live here that I see my mayor biking his grandchildren to school alongside of their parents. That's the very definition of leading from the front, and I really applaud that. I also believe Encinitas can lead in being the safest mobility city in California. It is said that a pedestrian is the indicator species of a healthy and viable city. I understand the majority of trips people take around here are in cars, and we need to continue to accommodate for that. As a fellow business owner, I empathize with the concerns that local businesses have about mobility changes that prioritize safety. We can also point to data that shows walkable urbanism accounts for 1.2% of all U.S. land use, but also generates over 20% of the U.S. GDP. I'd like for everyone in the traffic violence crisis to ask themselves if there's a better way to move and the trade-offs we can afford to make. We should question why we fund and build additional freeway lanes that we know induce demand, create air and noise pollution, traffic violence, and divide Encinitas west from east, but we can't find the funds to build pedestrian and bike infrastructure at a much cheaper investment that we know will save lives and bring people together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Aaron Hepshey?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Aaron Hepshey. I'm from Leucadia District 1. I would actually like to withdraw my application for the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission, and instead I would like to throw my support behind James Gross. James, as you've heard, he currently serves on the commission and is a strong advocate for multimodal mobility. He's the head of a company called Micromobility Industries, which is a clearinghouse of information and advocacy for micromobility companies. He's been doing a great job on the commission, representing District 1 and engaging with folks at now Leucadia and other local advocacy organizations. So yeah, I would like to support him. I do want to keep my application in the queue in case something else comes up, because I continue to advocate for a strong Encinitas and a strong multimodal way to get around this town. So thank you.
We'll now move to New Encinitas, where we have one applicant, David Teal.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is David Thiele, and I've lived in Encinitas for 30 years, in San Diego my entire life. My wife and I have 2 children that have attended schools in our community and now are away at college. Over the years, I have witnessed the increasing development of our city and would like to have an opportunity to collaborate in creating solutions for the Traffic and Mobility Commission. As an elite amateur athlete, cyclist racing across the country, I train 400+ miles a week riding throughout San Diego County. Fortunately, I'm still able to ride almost every day and for at least an hour. During daylight savings time, I will commute 2 to 3 times a week to my office in Carlsbad. My 25-year career in the cycling and triathlon industry has given me the opportunity to see the growth of cycling in North County. This has given me a unique perspective on traffic and mobility on our roadways. We need to offer non-automobile options to move around our city that are safe and accessible for all ages, no matter what type of rider they are. I feel now is the time to make changes that will provide Encinitas residents with safe mobility options. I look forward to working with council members, the mayor, various local agencies, and citizens of Encinitas in making our roadways safer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We'll now move to Old Encinitas, and we have Glenn Johnson and then Robert Lando.
Hello, Mayor and members of the City Council. And I'd like to welcome the 2 new members up there sitting at the end. I haven't been to many of your meetings in the last 3 years, but I've attended them remotely, thanks to COVID. My name is Glenn Johnson. I moved here with my family from West Los Angeles at about the time that Encinitas was being incorporated. We searched all over for a home in all 5 of our communities and selected Fox Point. Much later, I moved to a newly built house in Quail Run, just south of the Botanic Garden. My career was in computer engineering and simulation modeling, and after retirement, I applied to the Traffic Commission, and on the 3rd try, the council finally selected me. During my first term on the commission, I learned a lot more about how our city works, and I see now that more needs to be done. We're adopting a new mobility element, and as the population of the area grows, and it keeps growing, there's need for better support for all kinds of transportation modes. I want to encourage through vehicles to avoid our residential streets and take the through routes. And this improves safety for everyone. We need to embrace new ways to get around and support foot traffic as well as innovations. E-bikes are an innovation, but I'm sure there's going to be more. I'm going to put my request in for a hoverboard, of course. So I'm bringing some experience, some interest, and some goals. The Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission responds to concerns from residents and works with our city's traffic engineering group to propose good improvements. And of course, we need the support of the City Council to implement and fund this. Thank you for hearing my story.
Thank you, Glenn. Thank you. And once again, some excellent applicants who are non-incumbents, and I am in a position where once again, I'm supporting incumbents. So I would nominate James Gross, David Thiele, and Glenn Johnson.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Ehlers.
That was an older request.
Okay. Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. Yes, so wonderful applicants for our Mobility Commission, and thanks to all who applied. I want to thank James Gross for articulating such a lofty vision for our city, and I want to continue on that path and do better. And I just wanted to let folks know that on February 15th is the School District Liaison Committee meeting here at City Hall. We meet at 8:10 a.m. And the Mayor Krantz and I will be bringing forward some ideas to have a discussion with our school districts about how to further that vision that we share for Encinitas to be the safest city for all modes of travel. So please come to that meeting if you have an interest in that. And I also want to thank Aaron for applying again. And we really have to find a way to get you involved in the city because I've been following your commentary on the Encinitas bike walk, and it's wonderful and it's always on point. And I heard maybe through the grapevine that there was a little education moment about roundabout using with Scott Campbell, and you went together, and that's so awesome. And I hope that we can see more of that because it's how we all change our habits for the better. So thank you.
Motion carries unanimously. And then I would just remind all the applicants that were not appointed, all these commissions are open to the public, so you're welcome to attend all these meetings. And then I do keep all the applications on file, so as we get unscheduled vacancies, you'll be notified just to see if you're still interested, so you're given the opportunity to apply.
Thank you for pointing that out. And again, my immense gratitude to everyone who is both serving and willing to apply to serve. So with that, we're done with this item. We're going to take a 10-minute break. I'll be back here at 8:35. Sorry for the delay.
I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry.
10C to D. What's this one?
Oh, I know.
10C. Who was that? Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, no, and then I actually was going to make it yeah, it's really hard, especially, yeah.
We got to take off. We had a really early morning tomorrow. I don't, Julie Hutchinson, I don't think our item has come up yet for the 9-minute.
No, but
Not yet.
just a lot of people were response to my email, and there are other people that are talking.
Oh, so we could write in rather than just showing up?
Right in, like, with any council member has this much effect, showing up.
Yeah.
So it's all a matter. When is it possibly going to show up as far as time?
Oh, okay.
Well, we didn't expect to have the consent forms that go through each one of Donna's requests there, so I think it was.
Yeah, there's a lot of secrets.
We have a real early morning tomorrow, and good luck to you. Good luck to you and get some sleep tonight. But anyway, yeah, keep in touch.
what you do is you grab a blue slip over here for an item, and it says, that's item B, you attend at the top, check right here, hand it in to the city clerk right here, the deputy.
But you can't do it ahead of time online, you have to do it you have to be that live at that night? Yeah. Yeah. Great option.
Thank you, Chris. Keep it up.
I don't have to send you. Yeah. Oh, yeah, well, she's on the inside.
Yeah, so I know what that's like. I'm like, okay, girl, I want to do it. Like, how do I do it all? So I was actually inspired.
I mean, now it's
I'm sure it's hard though. Yeah.
We have a good council. We have a good city council.
I'll tell you more in 6 months.
Okay, I'll tell you what. 6 months. Traffic commission, it feels like we've been neglected because some of the recommendations we passed to the city council, I'm recovering from it, but I want this stick just for security. Okay, anyway, it's good to see you on the council. This is where you belong. What?
The council didn't have a choice this
Yes, okay, anyhow. And all of your experience.
I'm gonna be bending the tree. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, we'd like to get started again. I see Allison. There's Joy. And Bruce, maybe. Bruce, where's Bruce? Okay. We are on to item 10C, which is still an open public hearing from our actions of the last meeting, as I recall. Correct. So we are in an open public hearing to consider the approval of the Modal Alternatives Project, which is known as MAP Encinitas, and an implementation plan for the previously approved active transportation plan. So our contact person is Senior Mobility Planner Jedinek.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm Evan Jednak, Senior Planner, here tonight to present the MAP Encinitas project. We also have Roberto Ruiz from CR Associates, the project consultant. This presentation will cover the project scope and schedule, some background information about the ATP, community outreach that has occurred, the prioritization process, and phasing and funding for the high priority projects. So the purpose of MAP Encinitas is to prioritize projects from the Active Transportation Plan, or ATP. The ATP was adopted in 2018 and established a network of biking and walking facilities throughout the city. An implementation plan was not part of the ATP due to funding limitations. MAP Encinitas was funded through a Caltrans grant, and the scope of work includes identifying the unbuilt ATP projects, prioritizing these projects, developing concept plans and cost estimates, and identifying project phasing and funding sources. I want to point out that this project does not include identifying new bike and pedestrian improvements that are not in the ATP. It is simply prioritizing those projects already in the ATP. So in our analysis of the ATP, we found that it included 86 miles of bike facilities, 25 miles of pedestrian facilities, and 29 pedestrian spot improvements. So the first step of the project was to determine which ATP projects have been built since the ATP was adopted. We did this through review of city records and recent aerial photography. We found that since 2018, 21 miles of bike facilities were built, 6.5 miles of pedestrian facilities were built, and 3 spot improvements were built. This map shows the existing bike facilities throughout the city, which includes the 21 miles that were built post-ATP for a total of 31.6 miles. Different color lines here denote different types of bike facilities. This map shows the remaining unbuilt ATP projects in dashed lines, so the total mileage of these projects is 66 miles. This map here shows existing pedestrian facilities in orange and black solid lines. There are 197 miles of existing PED facilities. Shown in dashed black lines here are the 46 miles of PED projects that remain unbuilt. Spot improvements are also shown here as colored dots. Next, I'll discuss community outreach. This is a summary of the community outreach that has been conducted. In August 21, we released a community survey seeking input on community values, funding priorities, and alternative transportation scenarios. We received over 1,200 responses to this online survey. Following the survey, Workshop 1 was held in November 21, Workshop 2 was held in March 22, and dealt primarily with the prioritization criteria. There have also been ongoing meetings with the project development team made up of a city staff from various departments. So again, on the survey, we received over 1,200 responses. Topics included general community values, prioritizing bike and PED infrastructure, prioritizing funding, mode share rationale, trip purpose, how to increase cycling, walking, and transit, and of course, demographics. This table here shows survey results on community values. You can see top 3 are ensure safe travel, to design neighborhoods for walking and biking, safeguard clean air. There's a few more of these tables. This one here is on funding priorities. This one here on priorities for infrastructure. This one here, survey results for promoting walking and biking. I won't go into too much detail on those. Moving on, we'll discuss the prioritization methodology. So that process had 6 phases. 1 was defining the planned projects, 2, defining the prioritization criteria, operationalizing the prioritization criteria, assigning point values, calculating scores, and ranking the projects. So we're going to briefly touch on each of these phases. So this is the planned bike project map, which was shown earlier, except the projects have been numbered. So there are 68 total unbuilt ATP bike projects. This is the map of the pedestrian projects. There are 74 here. So 142 total unbuilt PED and bike ATP projects that were to be prioritized. Phase 2 was defining the prioritization criteria. These 8 criteria surfaced as the most important during the survey and community workshops: safety, network connectivity, access improvements, GHG reduction, equity, project cost, comfort, and community support. Phase 3 is defining the prioritization criteria and possible points. For example, safety was defined by the number of bike and PED involved collisions per mile along the project extents. Another example, access improvements were met if the planned project was within 500 feet of key land uses, including beaches, parks, schools, transit stops. Won't read through all of these, but the criteria are shown here along with the possible points. Phases 4 and 5 were assigning the points and calculating the scores. Shown here are 2 examples with scores for each criterion and total points, 1 for bike, 1 for the pedestrian. So this process resulted in a ranked prioritized list of all 142 unbuilt ATP projects. This map shows the top 5 citywide bike projects in green and the top 5 citywide PED projects in orange, effectively creating a citywide top 10 list. This map shows the top 5 projects for each neighborhood, again with bike in green and PED in orange. Some neighborhoods have more bike, some have more PED based on the results of the prioritization. And here's a combined map showing the top 10 citywide projects as well as the top 5 for each neighborhood, resulting in the top 35 list. For each of these projects, we've created concept designs and cost estimates, which are in the staff report. So next, Roberto from CR Associates will cover some of the priority projects and funding.
Okay, thank you. Mouse. Yep, mouse. So to go over the conceptual design, because this is a planning document, we didn't fully design some of these projects, but we did dove into the top 10 citywide projects and looked at the existing conditions and the right-of-way for each one. We use the software Google Earth, and then we use NearMap. NearMap is similar to Google Maps, but it just gives you a more higher precision of an aerial view of each of the cities. So what we looked at is we looked at the most constrained right-of-way for each one of these corridors on the top 10 projects, and then we defined a concept of what would be built in there for the bicycle facility or the pedestrian facility. When we looked at those improvements on the most constrained right-of-way portion, we would be able to put that along the whole corridor. And then through this, we try to maintain the same curve to curb width wherever possible, and then also not try to reduce the travel lane dimensions if possible. After we went through the mapping and we tried to set the concept, we also did a street view site visit, if you want to call it that way, where my engineering team, we did this between the planning department, planning team and the engineering team, and we went through a constructability review of these top 10 projects. So our cost estimate is actually, it's a cost estimate that has unit prices based on latest bids. And we also looked at constructability issues like building a retaining wall, updating the culverts, doing stormwater improvements, and items like that. For the unit cost, once we had for our construction cost, we added a 30% contingency because again, this is a planning document. So now I'm gonna go over the top 10 projects. They're ranked, first we're gonna go over the bike projects and then we're gonna go to the pedestrian projects. And I'm gonna skim through this because some of you might already have seen this in the planning document, but we can talk about it afterwards during the Q&A if you wanna go into detail for each one. So the number one citywide project is for bikes, is a Vulcan Avenue multi-use path that goes from La Costa Avenue to Santa Fe Drive. As you can see on these ones, we built a concept plan. It's a plan view. Like I said, this is in the most constrained right-of-way portion. And as you can see from the section, this multi-use path will be built outside of the city's of the public right-of-way. The reason why we have to go into the rail right-of-way, as it's shown here, and it has been done in other cities, is because putting Vulcan Avenue, the multi-use path, on the other side of Vulcan Avenue would mean they would have to take back right-of-way and impact a lot of the private properties that have already been built in there. This has a total estimated cost of $22 million, and that includes engineering design and also construction management. Number two ranked project is adding Class 2 buffered bike lanes on Quail Gardens Drive. Has a cost estimate of $7 million. Number three is adding Class 2 bike lanes on Manchester Avenue. And this is from Via Poco to Encinitas Boulevard with a cost of almost $6 million. Number four ranked project is adding Class 2 bike lanes on San Elijo Avenue with a cost of $4 million, rounded up. And then the top five the project for bike projects is adding Class 3, it's a bike boulevard along Union Street, Hermes Avenue, and Sirius Avenue bike routes. So this is all the way from Vulcan to Hygeia. And then moving on to the top 10 or top 5 pedestrian projects. Number one pedestrian project is Lucadia Boulevard sidewalk infill that would go all the way from the beach access to, Lucadia State Beach, yep, with a cost of $3 million. Saxony Road is a number 2 ranked project. This is sidewalk infill that goes from La Costa Avenue to approximately 1,000 feet south where it ties into existing sidewalk. Number 3 project for pedestrian projects is sidewalk infill on Coast Highway 101. The number 4 is Nardo Road sidewalk infill. That, I mean, there's a lot of pedestrian activity around here. That's why it's ranked number 4. And then the top 5 is a pedestrian crossing on Encinitas Boulevard and Vulcan Avenue. So this is one of those pedestrian single units, not a corridor, with a cost of $1 million. So for the top 25 neighborhood projects, as Evan said, we have it's top 35 projects. We did the top 10 citywide, and then we did top 5 for each neighborhood. For this, we went through the same process. We went through the most constrained right-of-way, and we looked at what a conceptual design of the project would look like on that constrained right-of-way. And then we went through the whole corridor. But the difference is that for the cost estimate, we didn't go into a detailed cost estimate as we did for the top 10 projects. we use the unit cost provided for similar projects that have been built recently. We just applied them for that. So for a sidewalk project, we applied a certain cost per linear feet, and then we just applied it throughout. And these are the top 35 ranked bicycle and pedestrian projects. Like I said, I'm not, you removed it, perfect. So after that, we also went into funding. These are a lot of funding opportunities that there are for these projects. A lot of these funding opportunities, some of them are more, they tend to fund projects that are for pedestrians. They tend to projects that are for bikeways. Some of them have to do with affordable housing. Some of them have to do with accidents, like the HSIP, federal funding. So these are just options that the city is gonna weigh once a project comes in and once a grant or a grant comes out and it's available to fund a project, the city will be able to select some of these projects and just put them into an application. And that's it for my part. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that concludes our presentation.
Okay, do we have any preliminary questions? Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. That was really helpful to understand how this contextualizes the goals that we have and sort of how they fit in from the planning perspective. And I just had one quick question. How do we anticipate this effort combining with our infrastructure committee and the work that that task force will be accomplishing?
Thank you, Councilmember Hensy. The goal here is this is a planning document that it gives the council an opportunity to have options to select from once you have the infrastructure committee going, and if successful and you now have projects that you can leverage either as priorities, or if at such time that there's other opportunities or other projects that come up that you can choose. But this is another option that you have as a good starting point for the infrastructure committee.
So they'll be looking at this document and perhaps ranking or making decisions based on what the work that you've achieved in completion of this draft document.
In addition to this document, also our cross-connect document, that also for rail corridor. All those, this and that document and other documents could be relied upon that the infrastructure committee can use.
Okay, great. And I think I'm making the assumption too, so correct me if this is incorrect, but that should grant opportunities become available from the state and federal government, that we would have these consensus on certain projects to just kind of fly off our shelves and queue us up for the grants that we hope to be successful with.
That's the goal, yes.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor Kranz. I want to touch on two things that people in the audience and the public may also have questions on. I've already gone over these with our staff in our briefing on this, so I appreciate your response, but I do want to daylight a couple things. And one of them is that even though traffic calming is identified in the document as a benefit, that's not a specific objective of this map. There may be some more opportunities for us in the future to look at where there are also traffic calming opportunities for these sections of improvements for walkability and bikeability. But since traffic calming is focused primarily on vehicles, I understand from our staff that even though it's a benefit, it's not a specific objective of this document. And if I've understood that correctly, incorrectly, let me know. But you're shaking your heads.
That's correct. The purpose of this is to identify gaps in our pedestrian and bike facilities. The reason why the traffic calming, that's one of the benefits that was identified. So if one of these facilities or one of these projects meet that benefit, that it would have receive points. However, if it doesn't, then it's not identified as a benefit.
So I just want to put that out there. Traffic calming can be considered, but it's not necessarily an objective of this document.
That is correct.
And that I found that a little bit confusing. I thought others might too. And then on the funding, many of the funding sources that were listed are appropriate, but maybe there's some that are listed that we really would not be eligible for. So I just wanted to throw that out there too. It's not necessarily a well-honed list, it's more of a general list. Is that correct?
Yes, it's the most common funding sources that we have today, that we're aware of, but that doesn't preclude us from going after other grant opportunities in the future.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I think my questions are about the scoring system. I understand we're trying to rank this, but there are quite a few projects proposed here, and I understand they go through future review, but they were ranked based on a scoring system. So my first question is, well, I'll ask all at once. The Leucadia train crossings, were those used as projects that fed to or from a Leucadia train crossing? Did they get any additional points assigned? Number two, schools, since schools generate so many of our daily trips, so often you get 2 trips per household in the school area with school-age children. Did they provide any significant weighting? I mean, I would even overweight them. And what was the other one? And then what was the basis for the equity assigning points? I just want to understand, what database did we use? What neighborhoods do we have that are high racial minority populations? Those are the 3, and then I'll come back with more questions later.
Yeah, I can touch on a few of those. Let's see, I'll start with the schools. So one of the criteria was access improvements. So a project was given 1.5 points towards that if it's within 500 feet of a school, elementary, middle, or high school. It was also given 1.5 points similarly if it was within 500 feet of a beach or park, a transit stop, or a library or government building. So that's how schools were addressed. Jumping to equity, so equity areas were based on the census block groups using ACS 5-year estimates from 2019. They were defined by minority percentages that were 22% or higher. And minority percentages were calculated by total population minus non-Hispanic white population. And that was done based on just, the 22% was a metric used just within, our city here. Let's see. Oh, the train, and no, as far as the Leucadia train crossing, those were not taken into account in any of the prioritization scoring because basically it was done before those crossings were a current talking point about development.
Thank you. And I would just say that I found it to be a very interesting report as well. I think one of the things that caused me to pause in terms of credibility of the report was that a street like La Costa Avenue west of Interstate 5 isn't anywhere on the list, and it was quite shocking to me because of the desperate need for some pedestrian improvements and bike safety improvements on that street. And so I also brought this up at our briefing, and you thought you might have an explanation for why that didn't get on the radar.
Yeah, so we looked back into that project specifically, the project ID 1, La Costa Avenue sidewalk. And so it received 2 points for safety because according to the traffic injury mapping system, TIMS 2015 through 2019 collision data, there were no bike or pedestrian involved collisions during that corridor during that time period. So that was one of the things that contributed to its low score. It also did not qualify for being in an equity area. It did not receive any points for project cost because the cost was over $200,000. So we looked back into this project, and based on the criteria that we used, the numbers are accurate. It just was, an imperfection in the scoring system that project ranked so low. That being said, what we've discussed, because we've received, several comments of concern that that project in particular is not on the top 35 list. So up until this point, these rankings have all been based on the objective criteria described tonight. However, we've discussed with our consultant, and in similar projects they've done with other cities, we can include, an additional points column for council discretion, something like that. In order to reflect, the council's thoughts, the public's thoughts. So that's something that the council may want to consider.
Yeah, thank you. And another one was the $21 million for the path along Vulcan from La Costa Avenue to Santa Fe Drive. That is a part of the official coastal rail trail that has been understudy by Sandag for many, many years. In fact, the segment from Santa Fe Drive to Chesterfield Drive was built by Sandag as an early action project. And while Sandag's Transnet funds are pretty much depleted, it is something that I think we need to keep in mind, that the city taking the lead and actually constructing that segment of path isn't in our best interest. And I don't know how we time it in a way that takes advantage of future Transnet revenue, but it's an important consideration for me. So it's a little bit scary to look at that $21 million and think that some really important stuff needs to be done. It's going to cost that much money. I also know that we've spent a couple $1 million to make improvements to that space in between Leucadia Boulevard and La Costa Avenue, and it seems like it'd be fairly easy to make that more useful than as a parking lot, which is how it's currently being used. So my hope is that we can continue to strategize how to make that happen. I know there are some complicated factors having to do with, this, that, or the other, but it seems like we're pretty close to being able to have a pretty useful path from La Costa Avenue to at least Encinitas Boulevard in the rail corridor west of Vulcan Avenue. So one last question before we hear from the public. We're going to adopt a resolution, or the staff report asks us to adopt a resolution that essentially, the city council is behind this list. And the question then becomes, if we decide 6 months, a year down the road that we want to reprioritize, are there any implications to making changes to this document, or are we, as a council, at liberty to make those sort of changes?
Yeah, I mean, the list will not be binding of, you have to build them in order from 1 to 35. It's meant to be a guiding document to have us think, deeply about which projects should be prioritized. But, if we want to go out of order, that's fine. There wouldn't be any issue with that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Blackwell.
Yes, thank you. I have just a couple follow-up questions. One is about the Vulcan multi-use path, and that $22 million price tag was daunting. And so did you consider segmenting it, making it into several projects, or a way to get the funding, outside of the complexities Tony just talked about? Is there a way to do it in a staged way?
There may be. For the purposes of this project, we were really looking at the ATP projects that were unbuilt and, prioritizing them. So we didn't really get into, breaking up specific projects into phasing. But, certainly if it's the #1 project on our list, the Vulcan multi-use path, and, it makes sense to do it in segments, by all means. We know that it's a top priority, so however we can get it done.
Thank you. And my follow-up question was about the public input. So I think early in the presentation you showed the different ways you got it, and I think you said there was like 1,200 public comments. Is that correct?
Yeah, to an online survey that we conducted early in the process.
And does that compare favorably to other such projects done in other areas?
I would assume so, yes. Based on my knowledge, yeah, I think we were very happy with that, those respondents.
Good, thank you.
Okay, we're ready for public speakers.
All right, we have about 11. Just a reminder, you have 3 minutes. Lisa Schaefer, Jim Wong, and then Christine Schindler.
Hello. I'm here on behalf of the Encinitas Environmental Education, or E3 Collaborative, which is a coordinated group of organizations located on Saxony and Quail Gardens Drive between Encinitas Boulevard and Leucadia Boulevard, an area we refer to as the E3 District. The organizations are the Ecke YMCA, Seacrest Village, Coastal Roots Farm, the Leech Tag Foundation, the San Diego Botanic Garden, Ari's here from the garden, San Diego Heritage Ranch, and the Encinitas School District Farm Lab, and Julie Burton is here from Farm Lab. We've been meeting with the city council, with the city staff for almost 10 years, starting with a traffic study and proposal in 2014. We appreciate the improvements that have been made, and we're here to offer our support for further investments that will enhance the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people who visit our district each year as employees, volunteers, participants, members, and visitors. These include almost 20,000 visits on average every week. Over 1,200 elementary students and guests coming to Farm Lab, 500 at Coastal Roots Farm, 600 visitors to Seacrest Village, in addition to their 100 staff and 200 residents, and 10,000 members and visitors coming to sports events at the YMCA and Ecke Sports Park, and about 6,000 people coming to the Botanic Garden every week. The E3 district is truly a focal point for our region, and we want people to be able to safely and easily come to work, to learn, and to play without adding traffic and parking impacts in an area slated for almost 700 new housing units in the approved housing element sites. So we're happy with the MAP implementation plan project for Quail Gardens Drive, but we request that the city go further and work with the Botanic Garden to complete a sidewalk walking path on the west side of Quail Gardens Drive. As discussed with city staff 3 years ago, the garden is open to relocating its fence in order to grant an easement to allow the city to design and build a walking path behind the big trees that line the road. This would connect existing sidewalk elements on the west side and, together with the crosswalk at Ecke Ranch Road, provide connectivity to the Encinitas Ranch trail system. We also request that you try to reduce the speed limit on Quail Gardens Drive and upgrade the existing crosswalk to a roundabout, stoplight, or four-way stop. As a second item, we request that safety improvements be prioritized on Saxony. Initially, we'd like to see a quick build project to narrow the lanes and restripe for more bicycle and pedestrian space. And finally, we strongly urge the council to direct the development impact fees from the housing element projects in the E3 district to these and other improvements in the very neighborhood where the new housing elements are being built and where traffic impacts are going to be felt most immediately. This can help us contribute to the climate action goals and make the district safer. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Kranz, Deputy Mayor Lyons, and council members. My name is Jim Wong, resident of Cardiff. Also on the Traffic Commission. I'm so glad that I did not have to compete for a position tonight because you have some great applicants. But I'm not representing Traffic Commission at all. I'm a private resident. So first of all, I have to thank this council and maybe a few before for the tremendous improvements in the bike infrastructure in the past few years, including Cardiff 101 bike path, the rail trail, the Santa Fe undercrossing, streetscape coming, El Portal undercrossing, and of course the Sandag Manchester bike path. So with those improvements, I find that I've been actually going to Solana Beach more often, to my credit union, to Sprouts, to the UPS store, even though Encinitas has branches of all those closer. So why do we do that? It's simple. It's because of safety, because there's nothing that competes with a separate car-free bike path. So all those organizations I mentioned, UPS store, there's one in downtown Encinitas. my credit union. There's one on El Camino Real, and Sprouts, there's also one on El Camino Real. But when I go there, I don't really feel as safe as going on the longer path to Solana Beach because I'm in traffic and that 6-inch white line's not much protection. So I'm a kind of experienced biker. Most of you know that I ride my bike a lot. And if I don't feel safe, I can't imagine how, so say a newbie, maybe someone just got an e-bike, would feel riding those. And then there's the 8 to 80 crowd. You know, I don't think a parent would want their 8-year-old to be riding there, nor would they want your mother or grandmother riding on those paths. So that's why I really appreciate the MAP, which stresses safety as number one. Furthermore, the MAP also encourages more pedestrians and bikers. It addresses our GHGs, helps our climate, helps mode shift as mandated by our climate action plan. So therefore, I urge you to please approve this item. That's about all I have to say. Please do it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Christine Schindler, followed by Brian Blair, and then Michael von Neumann.
All right, well, first off, thanks for your endurance to get to this agenda item. So Christine Schindler, East Encinitas. I just want to say this is positive progress. So we have an ATP back in 2018. This is the next step, an implementation plan, which is important to actually get projects and have the information needed to go after grant monies and get the monies to do the projects. So it's all positive. I hope you will pass this resolution. I would be remiss if I don't mention that infrastructure alone isn't enough. So for bike and ped and for an encouraging mode shift and safe riding to schools and truly shifting people out of their cars, we have to do non-infrastructure as well. So I'm just putting my 2 cents in for every grant we go after that we think of education encouragement as well, so that we get some money in the coffers for that and continue to do some of the things that we're doing now, but actually in a bigger, better way. It's not a perfect list. It's not a perfect plan. I read all the letters that were attached to the agenda item. None of them are negative. They're all positive, supporting the plan, supporting the resolution. But it's the details, right? So people have a different idea of the prioritization, or they're confused about a project. Is it the CRT or is it something else? Why is the cost not there? So there are details to work out, but I think that flushes out in the process. I just want to make sure that if we have opportunity to do paint on the pavement improvements that can be done quicker, sooner, at a less cost, that we do move forward in that way, that we don't do any more door zone bike lanes anymore, and that we consider key areas where we need crosswalks, where we don't have crosswalks right now. So I look for this plan to move us forward in the process, but then I also appreciate the additional work that's being done before, during, and after this process. And then Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Lyons mentioned traffic calming. I would say we have lots of opportunity to do traffic calming even in this plan, because if you're narrowing travel lanes to have a wider bike lane, a buffered bike lane, a separated facility with bollards or what have you, that is essentially traffic calming. So, and anything we can do to decrease speed limits is also very important. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Our city is inviting potentially 1,000 new residents to the stretch of Quail Gardens Drive between Leucadia and Encinitas Boulevard, with 2 major high-density projects being built as bookends along the stretch, as well as the largest high-density project in our city's history potentially getting a green light on the same stretch, and even another apartment complex going in around the corner on Encinitas Boulevard. Nowhere in our city are we adding or considering adding more people. As we invite density along this stretch of road, I hope that we prioritize and accelerate the timing of a build-out of the map plan for this stretch, as these high-density development projects are under construction now. The key thing is that children and young families will be moving into these hundreds of units, and we need to make this stretch safe for them as well as for the existing families who live off this road. Imagine 2 kids who meet at school, each one living in another complex on either side, and they want to play, as children often do. How will they meet up? Will they take the sidewalk? They won't, because strangely, there isn't a consistent sidewalk that connects the entirety of this street. It exists in piecemeal, even with the school and the botanic garden on this road. They might take their bikes, but as it is, they're putting their lives at risk in the eyes of this father of 4 because of the high speed of the cars along the stretch. So please, paint the bike lane green, do that smart little bike lane buffer. As a biker, I love riding in those green lanes. As a motorist, I love how it increases my visibility and awareness of where the bike lanes are. But paint's not enough. The current speed of 35 is too fast, and it's ignored in both directions by the majority of cars all day long. I wholeheartedly request, as a symbolic gesture of this council's support of the MAP project, that the council request a 25-mile-an-hour vehicle speed along the entirety of Quail Gardens Drive, and that the council approves traffic control devices along the street as well. Let's have a quick look at the math of what that would mean. I had a second slide there. I don't know if you can help me get to it. Okay, check this out. Right now, at 35 miles an hour, 1.3 miles, it takes 2 minutes and 14 seconds to do this stretch between Leucadia and Encinitas Boulevard. The cars who are really going fast are doing it in 1:44. They're going 10 miles over the speed limit. Many are going much faster. You know that because you have the data. If we just slow it to 25 miles an hour, it's only going to take an extra 45, less than a minute to do this stretch of road. But imagine how much safer it's going to be for everybody in the bike lane. Imagine how much greater it will be for anybody that needs to cross this street. I love this plan. I'm glad that this is number 2 on the priority list, but I think what we should simply do is say, where are we adding the people in this city? They're coming to this little area. Let's make this a priority to take care of it in all the right ways. Thanks for your time, and if you're willing to answer a question, I'd love to know what the potential timing could be for this, because these construction projects on either end are underway now. Thank you.
Next speaker is Michael von Neumann, followed by Scott Campbell, and then Aaron Hebsche.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Michael von Neumann. I live in New Encinitas. I'm really glad to see this item come before the council, and I do support it conceptually. It provides a framework on how to prioritize, implement, and fund the bicycle and pedestrian improvements identified in the active transportation plan. I do have some concerns and possibly some recommendations. As stated, this plan is specific to the active transportation plan, which was developed in 2018, 4 years ago. Needless to say, a lot of things have changed since then. COVID, e-bike proliferation, increased automobile sizes, population increase, faster drivers, according to the sheriffs and the CHP, distracted drivers, street changes, adoption of Vision Zero, just to name a few. The recommendations provided in the map should be looked at from a 2023 perspective. Question, are the top 5 bike and ped improvements still the highest priorities? I think it was mentioned about the railroad crossings. They weren't in the ATP, but maybe they are more important than other things in the ATP right now. While it's good to be able to refer to a plan, care must be taken to review and, if necessary, modify the plan before proceeding. For instance, the 3rd bike priority listed in the map proposes a Class 2 bike lane on Manchester between Via Poco, which is basically the I-5 interchange, and Encinitas Boulevard. However, some of that length can and should be a Class 2 buffered bike lane where space allows. Just remember, the map is a plan. It's not a law. It's not set in stone. It needs to be reviewed, hopefully on a shorter time period than every 4 years or whatever. But all in all, I think it's a good step forward. And as I said, I do support it. Thank you.
And Mr. Von Neumann, thank you very much for your service on the Traffic and the Mobility and Public Safety Commission.
I have a presentation. Yes, I'm actually pleased to announce that since we last talked in person, and I told you about Encinitas Citizen Review Panel, membership has increased by 1,500%. That's quite a lot. Tony, thanks for clarifying the Coastal Rail Trail. That's been weird to me. Thank you very much. And also the credibility of this report. So anyways, let's get on with this. Of course, I always have a slightly different perspective. I'm not going to talk about any particulars. Quite a few respondents. We talked about vehicles, carpools, bicycles, walking. There's interesting results in here. No matter what modality, everybody uses vehicles, personal vehicles, to travel extensively. Nobody in the survey uses public transport around Encinitas. Nobody. Everybody thinks walking is very safe. Everybody. These are results in the document. I put the pages. You can look for yourselves. And most interesting, residents of Cardiff that have gotten all of the work make the minimal use of bikes and walking to parks and beaches. That's kind of outstanding. It's in there. So I did a super summary. The highest support in this whole document is fixing the roads and maintaining sidewalks, fixing them and reducing traffic congestion, and everybody's talked about that. Gap closure, a lot of people talked about that. Getting to schools, fixing the missing elements of the park. I think that's very important. Safe travel, clean air, and, who's against that? What's very interesting, though, is the low support. Nobody in the city seems to support tourism mobility options and mixed-use residential commercial. Nobody supports shared mode transportation, and nobody cares about regional significance and social equity. For a city that says we are welcoming, it's quite surprising to see these results of the survey. It's quite surprising. It's a contradiction. There's an coming up on the parking. There's quite a conflict between people that want parking and people that don't want parking. Business owners, people need to get there. It's like Cyclovia. How did all those people get there? Here's a breakdown on how people get to work. My key takeaway on this: people need to get to work. They got to get there. 80% of the people drive around Encinitas. The document doesn't really qualify use cases. I came up with a couple. They've been mentioned. Soccer. People going surfing, kids going surfing. Our new Levi kid, I bet he takes 4 surfboards. He's not doing it on a bike. Shopping. Every modality uses cars for shopping. I think I have one more page on this. Encinitas is a rich town. Clearly, look at these statistics on the income levels. Hard to justify the low income housing. Thank you for your time.
Next speakers are Aaron Hebsche, Ari Novi, and then Donna Westbrook.
Good evening again. My name is Aaron Hebsche. I'm from Leucadia, District 1. I'd like to encourage the City Council to adopt the MAP project with 3 overarching recommendations, a lot of actually which have been mentioned here in various forms. First, the MAP doesn't discuss the overall need for slow streets. Slowing down vehicular traffic is the single most important thing to making our streets safer and more welcoming to people on foot or bike. I would like our planners to consider how a slow street approach may preclude the need for installation of some expensive infrastructure. For example, maybe we don't actually need a widening of Quail Gardens Drive, including expensive curb work in order to create buffered bike lanes. You know, as Brian said, and I know that E3 folks also have opinions on this, If we can just slow that corridor down to 25, that may actually be enough to make that corridor safe. Second, I'd like to hear how the city keeps this document living. As Michael hinted at or discussed, this shouldn't be set in stone, right? We should be able to iteratively review this and update it. I work as a natural resource management planning biologist for the Department of Defense, and we annually update our plans based on changing priorities, available funding, and new requirements. I think that that would be an easy thing to do here through the nexus of the Infrastructure Task Force and the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission. In 3 minutes, I can't describe all the specific things that I feel we left out that was hinted at before, such as things on Saxony or La Costa Avenue, except for this. I really want to bring this one up. How do we get the Union Street I-5 crossing back on the agenda? I mean, that's going to change this city if we're able to span that wall of I-5. I can't wait for those for the at-grade crossings in North Leucadia for the railroad corridor, but man, can we compare getting across the railroad to getting across I-5? And I know that was considered previously, but you think of the Y on Saxony and all of the access points at the coastal zone and Palecki Central on the west side of the 5 that people should be able to walk without having to cross 4 lights at Encinitas, La Costa, or Leucadia Boulevards. Third, I don't know if you guys have come across the term tactical intervention, but it's a way of, instead of all of a sudden just plopping down an expensive infrastructure project, but instead it's using paint and bollards to put something temporary up, see how it works, refine it, and move on. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Hello, my name's Ari Novi. I'm representing the Botanic Garden. I'd like to just second everything that Lisa Schaefer said earlier. We're really pleased at the Botanic Garden and within the E3 district to be working so closely with the city and to be having such a long and fruitful conversation. We've had many city staff who've been great to work with, as well as many of you and your predecessors who've come to see these various sites. Obviously, with all of the visitation we have at our institutions, as well as the big residential projects that are coming, that Quail Gardens corridor is something that we're very, very focused on, and we're very happy to get out of the box wherever possible. As Lisa mentioned, the garden is absolutely willing to consider ceding some land through an easement or other agreement where it makes sense to be able to really fit in the kinds of sidewalks and bike corridors that are really needed to make that area safe, and hopefully many of the other interventions that people have mentioned. And I'll just switch gears for a second and say, as not wearing my Botanic Garden CEO hat, but as just a resident of Encinitas and a father whose 10-year-olds and 5-year-old both bike every single day to Ocean Knoll Elementary School, it's not safe out there. My 10-year-old does it alone. I'm there with my 5-year-old every day. And we want them to be competent bikers. We want them to have options that they're comfortable with other than cars, but it's not fully safe. And we've unfortunately had near misses and think very, very, very nervously about the days when a near miss is no longer a near miss and is something more tragic, which we unfortunately know has happened to others in the city of Encinitas. And so really the safety the directive, the reasons to protect our citizens are paramount, and it is a wonderful, wonderful thing that I'm so grateful to all of you for, to be focusing so heavily on all of these measures for active and safe transportation.
Next speaker is Donna Westbrook, followed by Judy Burlfine, June Hansberger, and then Chris Ryan.
Question for you. Where is the update on the circulation element? I haven't seen it. Have you put it out? Is there any IR on it? Because everything in this is based on what you now call which is now called the circulation element is now called the mobility element. So it's the wrong name, it's circulation. But where is it? You've done all your work based on that. And we haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen anything of it, and I think it may need to go to a vote. But other than that, you're putting the horse before the cart, and instead of doing anything on this, table it until you bring out the update on the circulation element, because that thing's not going to fly if you haven't even shown anybody what our circulation update looks like now. So think about tabling this to some other time and get our circulation element update out to the public so they can see it. Be sure and do an EIR on it because you're changing a lot of things. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Judy Burlfine, and I want to start by saying thank you to all of you and to the city and the consultants. It's very exciting to watch in slow motion this city transformed. There's so many things that need to be done, but there's so many things that are so much better than 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. So I'm so grateful. Mostly people have said everything I'm thinking about. I want to make sure that we do think of this very big picture as a guide and don't get too hung up on a lot of the details, because I see this as a plan that helps us, but not something that we have to do every exact recommendation. So if we get too carried away with this is here and that isn't there, that can be a challenge. With that said, I don't know what happened to Saxony Drive. It seems like it fell out from the draft report to this report, and I think it's super important that that be up there as a high priority. Let's see. The Infrastructure Committee, I want to make sure that we use those people's time to make this move faster, not make it move slower. So any way that we can take this and run with it and not overanalyze it and get too mired in the details would be great. And I think Michael mentioned, this is based on a plan that was done 5 years ago, so lots of things have changed. So I had the same concern, Tony, about La Costa. Why isn't it in there? But I'm thinking, well, 5 years ago, it wasn't as clear, all the building that was happening there. So some of it is the fault of the consultant, some of it is the fault of time, some of it is the fault of city council. It's all of our faults woven together. One of my specific concerns is there were a lot of Class 3 suggestions on there. If Class 3 includes a significant amount of traffic calming, that can work if the street isn't wide enough for Class 1 or Class 2. But to have Class 3 just be some sign saying this is a bike route, that doesn't do it for me. So mostly my hope is that we take this and run and build as much as we can as soon as we can. So thank you for all you do.
Good evening. My name is June Hansberger, and I like what she said, really. Just build as much as we can, as fast as we can is a great motto. I really would like that. I appreciate this map plan. Thank you to staff and consultants and for you guys for directing it. It was really great to see that it was completed and prioritized projects based on community desires, which I do think is important to get input from the community. It is an important step that allows residents to inform the city of the mobility needs of their neighborhood. But I also hope that now that this is out there, we do see some of the holes in it and that we use some other criteria as well to decide what's going to get built and how it's going to get done. I know that we also have the idea of complete streets, and that approach to planning and designing and building, just so that our streets are safe for everyone, I think is really important. I, of course, being from Leucadia, was really pleased to see that there were 2 mobility projects identified basically as the top 2, the Vulcan Path and then the fill-in, so we have some sidewalks going from the beach up to basically the top, almost to the 5 freeway there, because we don't have them. And it is really difficult living in a neighborhood without bike lanes and without sidewalks. We just do not have them in most places in our neighborhood. And we are also very densely populated, and we have a lot of new projects coming in. Multiple apartments, hotels, houses, all in the little western part of Leucadia, and we have 0 sidewalks along Vulcan. I, again, was just running just yesterday down Vulcan and was almost hit by cars backing out of the DG path that we now are using for parking. And so I really appreciated Tony pointing out that you guys and planning has worked diligently to try to come up with another alternative that does not cost $22 million. And if we could just turn the cars sideways and build us a buffered DG path, which is already there on the inside of the rail, that would serve as a walking path and a cycling path, and it would not cost $22 million. So I realize sidewalk construction is expensive, and we do also need that for more safe mobility. It is not just kids going to school. It is not just people going to the beach. It's going to businesses, going to work. I regularly run to work, and a lot of the section is not safe for me. So along with people on their bicycles. So thank you so much for pointing all of this out. My last 2 things are, I'm not sure why La Costa is not on there. I'm really worried about Saxony by the Y, but anyway, there's a lot of things to fix, but thank you for looking into all of them. Much appreciated.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you, too, for your contributions on the Mobility Commission.
Good evening, Chris Ryan, Leucadia. Just a few additional things to add. In all, I'm supportive of this project. I did participate in several of the workshops leading up to the presentation tonight. And I think it's important to keep in mind and understand that a lot of this project, I believe, is driven by the participants who were involved in the projects. And so as you look at the projects that are here today, those are community-driven projects. And maybe there are other projects out there that should also be considered where there wasn't anybody from that community there to talk about their projects. So while I like this as a map and a guideline, I don't think it should preclude other projects in the future as needs do change, because we have seen needs changing. We've seen needs changing because of the density bonus housing projects, including the significant projects going into Leucadia. And so I think that I would encourage us going forward not to feel confined by this document either. So make changes within it and also consider projects outside of it when we see that the need arises. I am concerned about La Costa. I'm also concerned actually about, I didn't see this at all, Saxony between La Costa and Leucadia Boulevard, which is a road I travel by car. And I see that as a particularly dangerous street for pedestrians and bikers. I don't think they have sidewalks or bike lanes anywhere along that stretch, and that's not on here at all. And I don't know why that is. I don't know if there weren't enough people from that community to get that on the document and to get it looked at, but I do think that that's a need that's lacking. I don't live right there, but I do travel it and see the issues involved there. Also, I have some questions regarding the point systems and some things that were looked at. For instance, you have streets that have sidewalks at least on one side, and then you have streets that don't have complete sidewalks on either side, such as Leucadia Boulevard. So I would encourage moving forward, looking at and paying more attention, giving more credence or benefits to those areas that don't have a complete sidewalk on either side of the street, such as Leucadia Boulevard from the 101 up to the freeway, we don't have a complete sidewalk on either side of that street. We don't have a complete good bike lane on either side of that street. And we don't have a roundabout at Hygeia that has been on the books and is shovel-ready. And the money, was moved from that project to another, but shovel-ready, and we don't still have that. So as that project goes forward with complete sidewalks on Leucadia Boulevard, I would encourage incorporating that roundabout at Hygeia at the same time. Thank you.
And some bad news. We applied for a grant for the roundabout at Hygeia, and it was not successful. So we're still in a position where we're needing millions of dollars. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
That does conclude comments on this item.
Okay. Thanks to all who contributed comments. I will point out that Donna Westbrook and I were thinking alike. I asked staff about the circulation element, so maybe you could start by telling us how this document will be, become a part of our circulation element.
Yeah, so the circulation or mobility element is currently underway. That's a high-level policy document. It'll include different portions. There'll be goals and policies. Below that, there'll be what we're now calling mobility analysis guidelines, which will include things like, cross-sections and classifications for different types of street. And then kind of at the tier below that, the third tier would be the implementation plans, which would be things like the active transportation plan or on an even more zoomed in lens, this MAP project. So the mobility element is kind of the high level policy. There will be the guidelines kind of in the middle, and then this is the implementation portion for the mobility element.
Okay, and the answer to the question where it is, my understanding is it's delayed because we're waiting on Sandag to do some calculations for us?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is correct. So there was discussion about an environmental impact report. We are indeed doing an EIR for the mobility element. We had a scoping meeting on September 19th, 2022. But that is on hold. The EIR needs traffic modeling, which is done through Sandag. And unfortunately, Sandag had some issues with their regional plan, which is causing anywhere from 6 to 9 months delay in that traffic modeling. We are in the queue, but the environmental impact report cannot proceed until we have those traffic models.
And that circulation, that mobility element bears on La Costa Avenue as well, west of the 5, because it's currently, our circulation element classifies that road as a 4-lane road, and we've been focusing on the changing that. So there's a lot riding on that document as well, and I look forward to getting the data we need from Sandag and continuing that. So, Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor Kranz. The public had some really great questions, not only just here in person, but also with email. Great comments. I really appreciate the input. It got me thinking about a couple things, too, that I would like to additionally ask staff and our consultant. I had always understood, please clarify and help me understand this. I had understood that when we have a high-level document, it's either the mobility element or it's the ATP or maybe it's this. Which document is it that we use when we can ask developers to pay for infrastructure improvements? It's my understanding that we need a planning document that demonstrates that we have a plan, that our roadways need to be improved in this area. What document is it that we can use then to ask developers to help improve infrastructure?
Mm-hmm. I was going to say that would be primarily the mobility element. So the mobility element would have goals and policies that could talk to that. And then below that, the mobility element guidelines would have more specifics about, if building this, then this improvement is required. That wouldn't generally be included in like the ATP because that's more of a finer level document. But yeah, that would be included in the mobility element, either the goals or policies or the actual guidelines of that element.
And so our ATP or mobility element, I'll kind of go down in detail to ATP, just demonstrates, shows where we have improvements planned, and kind of like this does. It says, this is our plan, this is where we're going to improve. And just by having that, and we have a developer who might be building on a certain roadway, we know that the traffic volumes will increase. Can we, because of that plan that shows that roadway, then ask our developers to contribute to the costs associated with the larger roadway improvements?
So if you're asking if we can implement this plan, the map, if it's approved, that we can rely on it to require developers to build the improvements, is that what you're asking? Yes, if adopted, that we can rely on the ATP and the map as a basis for requiring developers to provide improvements. The challenge is that when we're looking at these projects, it's not just there are segments. So we're limited to the nexus and the rough proportionality of how much we can ask a developer to construct, especially off-site improvements. At a minimum, they're only required to provide frontage improvements. So if there's a sidewalk project that is part of the map that fronts a development, we can require them to improve their frontage based on this plan. The challenge is that sometimes we need a longer stretch of right-of-way in order to make a project work geometrically and right-of-way constraints and whatnot. So that's the challenge, but yes, this gives the city the authority to require developers to provide improvements. It's just a matter of coordinating to what extent, the extent of improvements that they can physically provide.
Just one more question on that topic, and that is, are we the ones who establish the nexus and the proportionality in our own documents, or is that imposed on us by some other entity? Do we have control over that?
It's, I would take a stab at this, but I'll defer to our legal counsel. It's a legal, when it comes to a nexus, it's a legal determination. But for the most part, when we look at improvements, at a minimum, we can require frontage improvements. That's in our municipal code. However, anytime we require off-site improvements, that's where the gray area comes in, and we have to work with our legal counsel to determine the rough proportionality of the cost of the off-site improvements compared to the impact that the project is creating in the surrounding area. So.
Thank you. One more question, or a comment maybe. And what I heard a lot of people say is that this is a great overarching document, and I appreciate it as that too. I think we just love mobility, we love safety, we love all the things we're trying to achieve here in this document. But it's not a lot of things as well. And we talked about traffic calming. It doesn't go deep into that and say we must do traffic calming and this is how we're going to do it. It doesn't reduce speeds. There are other ways that we can still continue to do these other things even when we have this document or a document like it in place. So even though this is not everything, it is a good overarching planning document. And I just want to point out something that when Commissioner Jim Wong was talking about all the trails that he loves to ride on his bike, one thing this doesn't include either, because of the way that we determine priorities, and one of them is number of crashes. You didn't use the word crashes, but number of collisions. Well, we generally don't get collisions on trails. So, that would, even if we wanted to include trails, that just is not something necessarily that would rise to a high level of priority under this document. At least that's how I'm interpreting it. So even though there's a lot of really great opportunities for us to do connectivity using trails, that may not be covered here, and we need to think of other ways where we can prioritize that. That's it for me.
Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. Yeah, those were really great questions and comments by the Deputy Mayor, and I echo those sentiments, and it's really helpful when you ask those questions and we can see the multiple layers of how we find a nexus and how these planning documents help us get our fair share from developers when they add folks to our city streets. So I don't have anything super comprehensive to say, but I do really support the comments that were made by Brian and Lisa and Ari. I attended an event this weekend at Coastal Roots Farm, and I made a point to roll there with my stroller. And it's true, the Saxony situation needs to be improved, as well as the Quail Gardens Drive, and that's just existing circumstance. So with adding housing along those corridors, I do support the efforts that are underway and just sort of at the conceptual level right now, both for the quick build solutions, the paint on the pavement for Saxony, and then Aaron brought back the topic that Abe probably is sick of hearing, the tactical urbanism approach to do something sooner than later. But those are great comments, and I do want to encourage those folks who spoke tonight to come back at the budgeting session, which is next week, because back in my green days, I thought, oh, if this is included in a planning document, it means it's happening. And it's not actually happening until it's funded. And so we got a lot of priorities and a lot of infrastructure goals. So come back during budgeting season. A lot of those projects are in my district, and they have my full support. So that's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, first of all, bike lane network like this, I think, is 30 years overdue. So I'm really happy that we're headed down this path. It's a wonderful asset in the city, and I can draw a parallel, I believe, to the Trails Master Plan and the system that was envisioned 20 years ago. It was 2002 when we adopted the Trails Master Plan. I don't know that it's been updated since then, but the map has been a little bit. As we've had this discussion, and Councilmember Lyons was talking about connecting with trails, so that really is the Trails Master Plan, and I believe the Trails Master Plan and the map coexist as the planning documents that will help provide guidance. The trail map, when a development comes up for a lot, if there's a trail across it, that's our grounds for, and I see Roy nodding yes, that's our grounds for being able to require that trail dedication. So, I was involved back in the Trails Master Plan, and there was quite a bit of discussion. I think there was even a field trip of the council out to certain sites. The difference I see between this document and the Trails Master Plan is we didn't have a rigid prioritization algorithm in that. And I think that actually served us better over the 2 decades. I would support in this case maybe just looking at the top 10, having the council be informed by the point system, and then choosing what we think are the top 10, and that way putting in more of the Quail Gardens Drive, I think, is a huge important one. Even on the Planning Commission, I was an advocate for getting the infrastructure up to speed in northwest Leucadia and Leucadia, where we've put so many, or we will be putting so many units. So this document goes from very high level right down to describing the cross-section of the trail. So often in these projects, the devil is in the details. And it really, depending on where you are, which cross-section you take, it changes whether you're adding asphalt. So one of the questions I asked staff during the briefing was, are we adding asphalt to any of these roads, or are we simply restriping? And the answer wasn't clear. And so I want to be careful that we don't adopt this as a overarching plan other than at the high level. So I think there's a little more detail than I'm comfortable with in this, and some of the detail I think needs a little more review. And again, I'm going to go back to the adoption of the Trails Master Plan. The amount of council-involved review was more than one night. And so I think this document is important. It's also urgent. I'm not advocating that we delay this any more than is absolutely necessary to get this to be good and tight and well thought out. But as we talk more tonight, I'll bring up specific examples where I think we didn't analyze it right, or we didn't look at it right. They're all through the document, so I want to be careful there. But I think I offer this. The Trails Master Plan is a good way to think about what we're doing tonight and how it's helped us connect the trails. And if I look 20 years ago at the trails in Alevinheim in particular, because that's where the majority are, and if I look at them now, it's been a good guiding document for that purpose. And I believe the map document should do the same for the bicycle network, so.
Okay, so I had some thoughts similar to that in terms of, the timeline on approval of this. I do know that this study was paid for by a grant, which is one of the things that creates the need to adopt that resolution and adopt the map. And so there are a couple of ways that we could approach this. One would be to table this for another meeting, but it would need to be fairly soon. And so the other alternative would be to recognize that this map is imperfect and yet make it the living document that I believe Ally suggested it should be, and bring it back in a reasonable period of time for consideration, and maybe even ask the Traffic and Public Safety Commission to take another shot at it. Those are the options as I see them. Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. I am interested in moving this forward tonight because I think it has benefits to our city in accomplishing it sooner than later. Maybe, Evan, you'd be able to tell us, is there a date that we're being encouraged to finalize this by? And, if we did leave it open, I like the suggestion that our mayor made about accepting it as a living document. There are things I think we all would like to refine. Can you explain that to us?
Yeah, the Caltrans Sustainable Communities Grant, it does expire at the end of this month, February 28th. So that doesn't give us much time. We could potentially fit it in, the February 22nd hearing if the council wanted to see it come back. But that's a time frame we're up against. Mm-hmm.
And then the suggestion about it being a living document, like if we do adopt it tonight, what are our, do we have to add a page that says we can revisit some of these projects?
Yes, definitely. All of our documents are sort of living documents. It could be modified, it could be updated. It's just a matter of the desire and the will of the council. So if the council want us, yes, these are like the public stated tonight. Unfortunately, and that's the challenge we have with planning documents, is it takes a long time to develop these documents, which is why we had to wait for the ATP in 2018. And then it took us some time to develop this map project, which is why it's finally here tonight. However, it is truly a living document, and it's up to the will of the council. If there's a timeline that you want us to revisit, whether it's annually, 2 years, that's up to the council to decide.
So for example, sorry to belabor this, but Judy Brolfine brought up the example, instead of class 3s, we're now moving in the direction of protected bike lanes. And that's a clear change in culture that is not reflected yet in this document. What would it take to next year change that part? Is it significant expense to the city? Is it a great amount of staff time? Is it a huge endeavor?
So my understanding is the classification that you see is based on the information that we have. However, if the council decide, okay, this stretch right here, this project right here is a priority, so we're moving that up, and then we'll do a more detailed analysis. And if it's feasible, then we can propose whether it's a class 2 or class 1. But it's the class 3 that we're proposing right now is based on the constraints and the challenges that we have. But we can do a further detailed analysis down the road if the council decides to move forward with that particular project, and it would do a more detailed analysis.
Okay, well, I will just state that it's already late. We've already been here a long time. I don't expect our meetings to get any shorter in the future. So adding this to a future meeting, I don't think is the best decision. So I would move to adopt this tonight.
Okay, well, I will second that for continued conversation. Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I want to go through a few of the details then, just to understand. So let's take the Manchester, which is, I forget what page that's on. Project, what was it? Right now, Manchester is two segments. It's got the 4-lane Manchester from El Camino Real down to Via Poco, and then, of course, it has the 2-lane section from Encinitas Boulevard to El Camino Real. I really think these should have been split in two, and my question would be, if we did that, would it change the point system? They just seem like they're different animals and they're being treated differently, or they should be treated differently. A second issue, and I'm mostly looking in D4 since that's my area, we show planned sidewalk trails along Glen Arbor and Willow Spring. I walk those weekly, and it's a boulevard, right, with a center median, with a center green belt area. And so I think what we're anticipating is putting an extra sidewalk on the inside, and because there's full sidewalks on the outside, and I always use as a planning tool, if you see a worn path in the grass, put a sidewalk there. That makes sense. Well, in the case of Willow Spring, Glen Arbor, there you don't see any worn path in the grass. You don't even see people walking on that side. They all walk on the outside with your dogs or go running or whatever. So what I'm seeing in this document is, I think it's premature. I like the idea of February 22nd. I am interested in getting it done quickly, but I also don't want to just pass something because it's here now in front of us. And the other thing, I would go back and talk about the public outreach. I thought the survey was fantastic. It's one of the best surveys I've seen. The workshop outreach, though, looking at the numbers in the report, they're in the couple dozen people, attendees, and there were, 5 of those. So I don't think the workshop had the same outreach that it probably needed. Number 2, it was in the middle of the pandemic. So it made sense it didn't have the outreach, and it made sense that an online survey had very good response. So then last point, if you do go, page 112 is a survey. I encourage everybody to go read it. I was struck, Scott and I did not coordinate in the least, but Scott, my notes look like your chart. Now, rated the highest was road safer, fix potholes. And I'm like, that's what I think most people really want to make sure that's funded. Reduce traffic congestion, close gaps on the network, which again gets back to the Trails Master Plan type of concept. We want to get the bike network together. The rated low was the mixed use near transit. Community-based shuttle service was low. I'm just reading stuff that was in the report in their evaluation of the data. Low requirement for, low support for local bus service, supporting tourism and the economy, and even shovel readiness. So I don't think the report's ready. So I think it needs more review by the public. I think, and I am all for expediting it, though. So.
Well, I would point out that engaging the public isn't going to happen if we bring it back on the 22nd. So while I agree that we need to re-engage the public, I also think that it's necessary to incorporate the housing element sites and the surface streets surrounding them as part of this. And so it's not something that's going to happen quickly. And therefore, I continue to support the original motion. So, Deputy Mayor Lyons.
I'd just like to add a little bit more in that, I took the survey as well, and I was present at some of the public outreach. I thought it was well done. I thought we did what we do, and we invite the community to come, and we get the participation that can come and that does come. So I didn't feel as though that was anything less than what we would normally get or what we would expect. In some ways, I think the cross-sections, or the plan views and cross-sections, even though I appreciated them because I'm a visual person and I like to see that, and maybe many other people are visual too, it almost implies more than we know. Because I know you said you took the biggest, what is the tightest constraint, and then you did a cross-section based on that. But there's so many other things that are going to play into these improvements when it comes time to do them. To actually, as a high-level document, it says, this section is a priority, this section's a priority, this is a priority. And I feel comfortable that I know that that's what the community is saying is a priority from our ATP plan. That's what this is. It's not everything we need to do. So, and it's also not the level of detail, and it probably won't be because of the nature of this document. It's the level of detail that we need to say these are our priorities, but yes, we need to look at each of them individually and see how we can implement our best practices and all the other things that are important to our community. So because of that, I'm fine with moving it forward. And if we feel we need to use stronger language to say this is a living document, that would help us feel more confident that it's not set in stone and these are not exactly how we're going to solve these issues, but we now know what our priorities are and we've gone through the process.
So I would wonder if the motion maker might consider an amendment to add staff direction for the city manager and staff to develop a timeline whereby these changes that they've heard tonight would go to the public and then eventually work their way back here for possible amendments to the plan.
Sure, I accept.
Roy, do you have enough information, enough feedback to be able to kind of look at how you might have that community conversation?
Yes.
Okay, and so city manager will get back to us with a strategy for timeline and such.
Yes, we'll work with the city manager to come up with a timeline based on the feedback received tonight and the timeline that it will take. We need to develop plans based on the feedback.
Yes, and to be quick, I do want to second the generous offer that we've received from the San Diego Botanical Garden to get some easement for a walking path, because that walking path, the sidewalk north of the gardens just terminates, and it would be nice to be able to kind of carry it through to meet up with the other sidewalk. The housing element update parcels, please, and door zone buffer lanes, bike lanes. I know that they're not very popular, but as a bike lane rider, more afraid of being mowed over than doors, I do think in some situations they need to happen that way. So with that, I think we have a motion. Do you understand? Do you want?
I think so. I have, the recommended action was the staff recommendation, and then also direction to the city manager and staff to develop a timeline for additional community input and to bring back possible amendments to the city council.
That sounds right. That motion maker, you agree? Yep. Yes, sir.
Can we put any bound on that timeline, like in the next, by the end of the year, or something? Just
Oh, yeah.
so
I was going to say 6 months, but I was hesitant to, make these kind of suggestions when they need to figure out what it's going to take.
Yeah, and I figure I'm up against what happened on the track record of the Trails Master Plan. It's been 20 years, so, a year would be fine by me. That would make me feel better if we set as part of the passing it, that we would say, hey, we'll get this in place.
Yeah, and, while I agree that Scott's data, and you can't argue with what it says there, of course, people want to fix potholes. And of course, a lot of people drive cars because we've created roadways that don't leave much option. So we have been working for the last 10 years or so to come up with some streets that support the notion of getting out of your car. And so this is what this focus is, and I look forward to continuing to emphasize the safe roadways for all mobility options. So we'll vote now.
I accept that amendment too that Councilmember Ayler suggested with the year timeframe.
Great. Motion carries unanimously.
Great. I think that's what deliberation is all about right there. Good job. So we are, believe it or not, we have 2 more items. It's 10:10. That's the smiley face on the clock. That's what you see on wristwatches and all advertisements. I wonder, how many people are here for downtown parking? Okay, we've got some folks that are here for downtown parking, and then we've got some folks that are here for meeting management. Yes. Okay, so we will move on to the next item, which is downtown parking.
Mayor, are we waiting for Councilmember Hensy?
Yeah. What? No, we're going.
Oh, we're going, okay.
No delays.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of public. Our item tonight is for the Encinitas downtown parking enhancements. In the interest of time, I'll try to go quickly. This aerial shows the locations and the streets that we considered for this study, shows the segments that we analyzed, the existing width, how this project started, initiated, and developed. We had some reduction in parking capacity in downtown area. In response to COVID pandemic with the on-street dining in downtown, we received some complaints and concerns from our residents, business owners, and customers about hardship in finding parking spaces, with the fact that about 40, 50 spaces in downtown were taken for this on-street dining. We took it upon ourselves to find opportunities. So we evaluated the possibility of adding angled parking in some streets of downtown that had additional width. The lanes were wide, and we were able to identify locations, as shown on the previous slide, that we could add 50 parking spaces to downtown by converting existing parallel parking to diagonal parking and narrowing down lanes. When presented to our Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission, they considered this project a car-centric project with minimal improvements for our bicycle and pedestrians, which wasn't really the nature of the project. So this comment, this input from our Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission was incorporated. One change based on the recommendation was to change the head-in parking to back-in parking to improve visibility for bicyclists using these roads. So that change was made. This is a sample. This is not in Encinitas, obviously, but it's a sample project. The benefits of the project, it will obviously increase parking capacity. We identified about 50 plus parking spaces. It will have traffic calming effect. The majority of these roads, as you saw, are currently 50 feet wide. They have 17, 18-footer travel lanes that are very wide. This project will narrow down the lanes. We will add additional friction because these lanes, these future lanes will be narrower and now will be very much closer to the parking lanes. Visibility would be improved for the bicyclist. We will be minimizing the friction. Currently, because of the fact that the lanes are wide, a lot of times there is unnecessary friction between the bicyclists and the cars in these 16, 17-footer lanes. Cars can pass bicyclists with the state law that says they have to be 3 feet apart. They can pass each other, but this is unnecessary friction. Bikes do not want to take the lane because it's pretty wide and they feel like they have to give the road to the vehicles. This design will allow the bicyclists to take the lane, be in the middle, add additional traffic calming feature, and the cars will have to be behind them. And we do have the possibility of creating bike boulevards in downtown by adding share lanes if we decide to. This is a sample existing cross-section, an angled parking cross-section. The upper cross-section is the existing one. As you can see, the lanes are about 17. This is a sample. We have different widths. And the bottom one, as you can see, is the back-in parking. The reason that we have one-sided, this might be a question, one-sided wider travel lane is the fact that these back-in parking vehicles when they want to get out, we did not want them to encroach into the opposing lane. If we just give them a 10-footer, 11-footer lane in front of them when getting out of these parking spaces or when backing into these parking spaces, their front bumper and front tire would encroach in the opposing lane. That can be a safety concern. That's why the immediate lane in front of these parking lanes are a little wider than what we used to see in our slower streets. This is a sample. The design is not at 100%. We're showing you the sample cross-section, the sample design. These will be designed in detail. These are our current estimates of existing parking capacity in downtown and the proposed parking capacity. We have passed these plans to our E101 and to our Chamber of Commerce. We receive a good amount of support. Obviously, there are concerns, but the support was considerable. And this is a sample aerial that would show what the existing parking on the road is. This is 3rd Street between A and B. You can see the shadows, I guess, of the existing parallel parking and how this conversion will increase parking capacity. And then again, these dimensions can be modified as we finalize our design to improve to the best we can. Thank you. I'm open to questions.
Okay, any preliminary questions? Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I'll ask the question that we got asked quite often. Did you consider bike lanes or the multimodal access other than Chero?
Absolutely, Councilmember Ehlers. 2 reasons why bike lanes were not considered. One is that our adopted document, which is our active transportation plan, our ATP, which was mentioned in the previous item multiple times, does not show either a Class 2 or a Class 3, not even Cheros, in our downtown roads. Reason for that, I can assume, well, I wasn't here at the time when the document was being drafted, but mostly in low-speed, low-volume roads, transportation planners tend to not introduce a specific bicycle facility. Mostly they go for bike boulevards to kind of give that importance to the bicyclists and pedestrians that this is not a road for vehicles and we're not just putting a marking for bikes to show them, well, you can use this road in this bike lane or as a Chero. So a lot of times in these side streets of downtowns, roads that have a couple hundred vehicles per day and 25 miles per hour, residential roads, unclassified roads, we tend to not even have Cheros, let alone bike lanes. And the second reason is that we do know, and we've heard multiple times, that our residents our bicycling community do not like door zone bike lanes, considering the narrowness. If we kept a bike lane, if we introduce a bike lane, we'll be introducing them as a door zone bike lane, and with the frequent activity of parking in the area, we know it wouldn't be very convenient. But as I said, the main reason was the fact that it's not in any of our adopted documents and it's not really preferred.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yes, thank you. A question to either Abe or Jill or Roy. We have an ongoing study on parking associated because of the Coastal Commission and associated with the encroachments into the roadway. Is there a reason why we didn't wait until that study's done to come up with this proposal?
So we undertook this in response to the complaints we were getting. Certainly the parking study was underway, but we saw an opportunity to increase the parking. Roy can speak more to the scope of the parking if you'd like to hear more about that one. But we saw that we had lost approximately 40 some odd spots, and we saw an opportunity to return that and then some. So that's why we proposed this project.
Thank you.
Okay. Public comments.
The first 3 speakers, Michael Von Neumann, Aaron Hebsche, and then Donna Westbrook.
Past my bedtime. Excuse me. Mayor and Council, Michael Von Neumann, New Encinitas. Oh, it is late. I respectfully ask the council to reject this parking plan. This parking proposal was unanimously, maybe even closely to vociferously, rejected by the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission in November. It appeared on that agenda out of the blue with no opportunity to discuss the reasons for this action and any possible alternatives before asking for the commission to either recommend or reject the plan. The report states staff communicated with Encinitas 101 Main Street Association and Encinitas Chamber of Commerce. There was no communication or outreach that I am aware of with any bicycle and pedestrian advocacy group, such as Encinitas Bike Walk or the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition. Streets are for all users, not just automobiles. This plan prioritizes business customers in automobiles. I understand the concerns of businesses wanting to be accessible to current and potential customers. Increasing accessibility to businesses is a legitimate effort by the city, and I support that. However, I have to ask this question. Will spreading 51 additional parking spaces along 11 streets, 1 to 3 blocks away from the 101, actually contribute to better business? What about this plan addresses increasing customers who may access downtown businesses by means other than a car, such as rolling, biking, or even walking? If the city is serious about reducing carbon emissions, increasing alternative modes of transportation, it needs to create an environment where pedestrians and bike users feel welcome and safe. This plan does not do that at all. It is car-centric, not people-centric. Encinitas can and should do better. Thank you.
Good evening. This is Aaron Hebsche, Leucadia. One last time, thank you. Last month, we hosted a great event, Cyclovia, where we blocked off the 101 from D Street to J Street and cleared the space of motor vehicles. What struck me about this was how much space there was. Under normal conditions, if you're not in a car, you're either relegated to a small sidewalk, or if you're on a bike, a narrow portion of the street in a space otherwise dominated by motor vehicles. Reducing our car density, not increasing it, makes our town more vibrant. Look, I could sympathize with Raul the barber. He's having trouble having customers find parking. I would argue that it's not the sheer volume of parking that needs to be increased, it's how we manage parking. Simply adding more parking won't solve the issue. Again, induced demand, cars will just fill the void, especially in the prime spots. So I believe we should take more of a precision approach. I'm wondering if you guys are familiar with Donald Shoup's work. He's a professor at UCLA who wrote an influential book called The High Cost of Free Parking. In it, he argues that parking should be managed in a way that allows for 1 or 2 spots per block to be available. First, we can try more parking limit signs, like 2 hours or 15-minute zones. And if that doesn't work, it's time to start charging for parking and setting the price right to reach our available target of 1 to 2 spots available per block. Pricing can be set dynamically as demand changes at different parts of the day and from one day to the next. And importantly, Shoup argues that any revenue collected from parking should be returned to what he calls a parking benefits district in the form of services and amenities such as free transit passes for employees, free shuttles that zip folks around the 101, or new street trees. Incidentally, I work in downtown San Diego. It has a free electric shuttle on demand, and it works great. If the city would like to talk more about this, Encinitas Bike Walk would be happy to set up a meeting with the city and the 101 business associations. Our goal is the same, a vibrant downtown with thriving local businesses. But the last thing we should do is add more parking to an already car-dominated landscape. I'd much rather see that right-of-way be used to increase pedestrian and bicycle access. Doesn't necessarily mean bike lanes, like you said, Abe. Maybe not appropriate for 25-mile-an-hour zones, but narrow the car right-of-way, make more pedestrian gathering spaces and more open space for people. So I recommend to reject this proposal, and let's work together to develop more people-friendly use of this space. Thank you.
Next speaker is Donna Westbrook, followed by Christine Schindler, then Scott Campbell. And then I also had a speaker slip with no name. So if you also wanted to speak on this, just let me know.
Donna Westbrook, Encinitas. I'm not sure why you're entertaining this, but the question that comes about is, since you've given away quite a bit of parking on 101, which used to be First Street, but you've given it all away to restaurants, and they need it. But the thing of it is, there comes a time when you have to take it back. If you would take it back, how many spaces would that be? And you know, we're not looking about bicycles, this, whatever, that. And what you've got is you've got a problem of whether or not you're going to take that parking back. And you said before you weren't going to do it. Well, I don't know. There are certain phrases to use, but you may have to take it back. And to do that, you may find that you're going to have more parking. Taking your parking for 101, the businesses, and putting it into the residential that goes 1, 2, 3, 4 streets over, and then how many other blocks, it's not logical, number one. Number two, if you're going to back into a parking space, maybe you can do it, but maybe other people can't. It's not what you'd call an easy thing to do. And if you've got the parking space of 18.5 feet for the car, it's not going to make a lot of these pickups and bigger vehicles able to park there without going into the street. And your street isn't 2 lanes on some of them. So what you're getting is another problem. You know, you want to do it, go ahead. You know, you want to have, you know, merchants don't like it. Go down and ask the merchants. Have you talked with the merchants? You know, if the say 101 says okay, but have they talked to every merchant that's going to be affected? So you got a sort of a really tight choice. Take back the parking spaces because we're gone beyond COVID, and tell them thank you, we're sorry, but we do have to go back to the way it was. Or you say, yeah, let's do this and we'll see what happens. Your problem, your choice. Anyway, personally, I would not do this because, number one, if you love to back in, do it. But there's a lot of other people who don't, and you're going to lose more people. Thank you.
Schindler, followed by Scott Campbell, and then Jim Wong.
All right, Christine Schindler, East Encinitas. I was going to be home, but I decided I needed to talk to this particular item. So when I first saw it, I made the assumption that it was Long Coast Highway, and so I was thinking about that initially. But then when I went to the agenda item to look at the information about MAP, I actually looked into this item as well and saw that it was for the streets west of Coast Highway. And that, to me, is a concern because it's starting to encroach in residential areas, and it's shifting the traffic and the parking to the west, and I thought that was a concern. I realized the business, E101, reached out to a lot of businesses. They did send letters of support for additional parking. I think if we're truly committed to climate action, if we're truly committed to public health and multi-mobility, active transportation, we don't want to be adding additional parking. So I would encourage you to consider not supporting this plan. I just think it's not the right thing to do. So Aaron made a couple of good suggestions to consider. Limiting time along Coast Highway for that parking. The lumberyard, it seems to be underutilized. Now that may be because some of the businesses are vacant, but it seems to me that there is a lot of parking along Coast Highway. Reverse angle parking, I just want to comment about reverse angle parking versus front end. It's essentially the same maneuver. It feels different because we're so used to doing the maneuver, for the front angle, but it's essentially the same maneuver. It is much safer for pedestrians because you get out of the car and you go to the sidewalk, especially if you have little kids. They get out of the car, the doors are blocking them from running into the roadway, they go onto the sidewalk. It's much, from what I've read and from what I've witnessed and experienced, it's safer for for bicyclists as well, because there's more visibility to the rider in the roadway. I like the narrowing of travel lanes. It's always a good thing in my mind. I'm just really concerned that it's impacting those streets. So thanks so much.
Hi, my name is Scott Campbell, and I live in District 1. And I'd like to thank staff for all their excellent work tonight and staying so late, and everybody here. I mean, we're old people are diehards. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but Pete pressed me into it. There was a mistake, and I signed my name. Why is this a problem? As Donna said, it's because we took up parking on the street for the street side dining, which I would love to talk about in a future thing as part of the COVID restitutions. So we're doubling down. We made one decision, and now there's a problem. Businesses are complaining. We're going to try to add our parking. We've seen this double down on a lot of other projects where the initial decision wasn't right, and we just keep on piling on. Maybe we need to reassess the initial conditions of why we lost parking. I heard this bike track. If we're going to do a bike track, we've got to have a trade-off. I mean, really on the coast highway. I have to ask, where do the customers come from for these businesses? If we're really so bike friendly, are we really asking every resident in the nearby neighborhoods and excluding everybody else? Councilman Ehlers doesn't live within walking distance or biking distance, so we're saying he can't go. Is this the fortress mentality that we talked about in the planning commission meetings? We have it, nobody else is allowed to come in? It's what it sounds like. Pacific View, it's going to need parking. This is a great thing that supports it. I think that's a great idea. I don't know anybody talked about that. Pacific View is going to need parking. Many of the council members talked about the vibrant downtown. Once again, where did the people come from? My young son, under 30, tells me that many of the nighttime customers come from Pacific Beach, Mission Hills. They come up to Encinitas. And guess what? That's at night. There's no bikers at night. None. Why are we going to waste resources for something that's not used very much, intermittent use? I support this measure. Thank you for your time.
I ride my bike at night. I rode it here. So again, thank you, Mayor Kranz, Deputy Mayor Lines, and council members. Jim Wong, Cardiff, not representing the Traffic Commission. So I find it a curious juxtaposition that the MAP and this item are on the same agenda, because the former advocates more biking and walking, addresses our climate change, tries to assist our mode shift from car traffic to other means of transportation, promotes a safer and healthier environment for everyone, whereas this one essentially undoes all of that. It's totally contradictory. So as Michael Von Neumann mentioned, this was brought to us, the Traffic Commission, in November, where it is vehemently opposed. Every commissioner had several minutes to speak about it, several points to against it. Now, I can only cover one or two of those, so I'll just cover the more important ones. The main thing is there will never be enough parking simply because of induced demand, as I think Aaron mentioned. So induced demand is usually used in reference to freeways, where freeways are congested, so maybe adding a lane will help. It helps temporarily, because what happens is that lane induces more traffic to come, and then that creates more congestion. So you have the same problem, only bigger and worse. The same thing will happen with parking. More parking spaces create more demand for parking. We don't want a bigger and worse problem in Encinitas. Furthermore, this plan is inimical to other road users because narrow lanes and a narrow lane with Sharrow is a poor compromise. I say that from firsthand experience. I'm sure some of you are familiar with that too. You know, it's a palliation, it doesn't work. You're not comfortable in a narrow lane with a Sharrow. Angle parking doesn't really help either. Not to mention the increased traffic that will be brought by parking and congestion. None of that's very friendly either. So as other people have mentioned, we want a more vibrant community, and that's helped by people who walk and bike, not by more cars. Cars do not build a community, people do. So we want to encourage people walking and biking, not more cars. So I urge you to please reject this plan. Thank you.
Final speaker is James Gross.
Yeah, hi. I wanted to just add that, I think all the commissioners on the Traffic and Safety Commission did reject the plan, and we did reject it. I don't think we called it car-centric. I think overall thought it was a poor plan for our downtown. I just want to point out one thing, because I know justification often comes back to business and, of course, the need to do commerce and listening to our local business owners, which I think is incredibly important. But there actually in the January issue of Wired magazine by Clive Thompson wrote an article on the perception versus reality of parking and shared use lane spaces. And he pointed out a study that came out of Queens that started in 2018, almost 5 years ago, in which they actually removed 116 parking spots in order to put in bike lane access on Skillman Avenue. And what they found on Skillman Avenue was actually they saw increased retail sales of 12% versus 3% in areas around that. And so you had almost 400% increase because of potentially mode shifting and the way they were actually able to set up that area. But when questioned about that, the local business owners all still vehemently complained that their customers were being taken away because the parking spaces were now gone. So I think it's very important when we ask people questions, and of course how we survey people, understanding the realities of mode shift and the realities of potentially how people actually do commerce is much different than the perception of it. So I just want to point that out. Thank you.
That does conclude speakers.
Thank you. I would like to point out that this was prepared in response to direction that the council gave to explore how we can make permanent the downtown dining. And I would point out that we're not actually adding parking, we're replacing parking. The notion is to provide spaces that are currently being taken up by the dining, the street dining. And one of the premises of making the street dining permanent is that there would be a cost to the restaurateur for that space. San Diego has a program called Spaces as Places, and it's streeteries and active sidewalks and outdoor dining on private property. They also talk about use of the right-of-way for these activities. And so one of the difficulties I have with the way this particular item was presented is that we are missing several pieces that this is supposed to complement. But ultimately, the Coastal Commission is going to require that we replace the parking that is taken if we make the outdoor dining permanent. But there was an email yesterday that suggested we should be looking at Uber and Lyft stands, cab stands to add to the downtown. And there are several other ways that we could make improvements to the parking and mobility solutions in downtown. Obviously, I'm pretty committed to climate action, and I don't think trying to work through the issues that the Coastal Commission presents to improve the downtown business environment is necessarily contrary to that desire we all have to address climate change. So with that, Councilmember Hizzi.
Thank you. So I too am a believer that oftentimes when you have a perceived parking problem, you actually have a capacity problem where you are having the customers that you want to have. I see Kevin Doyle here, and for many years, Kevin and I worked together on the parking issue surrounding the Leucadia Farmers Market, and we were constantly in search of new parking spots, and it seemed like, I know you're still in that battle, Kevin, but it did seem like the stronger the desire was to have more parking, the higher our revenue at the market went. And so it was like our revenue was going up even though we weren't creating more parking spots. And so all that to say is that I don't think that the parking corresponds with a healthy business. I think a refrain we hear in Encinitas is a lot is don't make us like LA. We don't want to be like LA. And to me, the fundamental difference between LA and a place like Encinitas in LA is that we are trying to create less surface parking and have more parks and have more places for people to recreate instead of just park their cars, which is essentially their private property. So I will say that in theory, I do support reverse angle parking. I like it along the streetscape. I think it works there because we have a park assist lane. And the first time I used the reverse angle parking on the streetscape, I was prepared to do a phenomenal job reversing my car back. And I did not. I did a very bad job. And I was grateful that I had that park assist lane because I wasn't holding up the cars behind me and I wasn't holding up the bikers behind me. And so I do have a concern that on some of these streets, especially the ones that are north of B Street, the angled parking that would be on the uphill climb for a bike might be tight enough that a bike would have to pass a car. You know, if the bike's making that climb, they're gonna have to pass a car and they might have to do so into oncoming traffic, which I think would be a scenario that we should avoid. What I do support, so to Tony's point, at some point we're going to have to replace those parking spots because we're in the Coastal Commission jurisdiction and they're going to ask us, you know, where are you going to park those spots you took away? And so we're adding the cycle track through South Coast Highway 101, and that to me is a project that we should strive to emulate here because it was a great balance between adding parking and also improving our multimodal use. And so I think that there's an opportunity to do that and capture some more parking in the downtown area, but also to lift up the goals that we have for people-centered movement in the downtown area. So perhaps there's a different plan that we could see a lane diet and see, you know, we lose one lane for autos, but we replace it with the parking. So all that to say, I would be supporting rejecting this proposal tonight in favor of a project that better harmonizes those two voices that we heard from tonight. So I'm happy to turn that into a motion for the sake of time, and I will do so. I move to reject this. But I'd like to hear from my colleagues.
Consider instead of rejecting, we send it back for revisions. The folks bike walk, provide some input, and to take a look at how we can modify it. I don't know if rejecting it means we're not going to look at something similar. All these streets are currently being used for parking, and so, you know, if there's a better way to reconfigure things, that I'd be interested in looking at that. There are also other ideas for how to replace the parking, maybe through an agreement with NCTD. You know, there could be some other ideas as well. So I don't know how committed you are to just flat out killing this.
No, that's fine. I accept that. One other point I'd like to make before I pass it on is that to Aaron's point, we have only recently instituted enforcement of parking time limits in downtown, and that enforcement only begun in January. And so I think what we will see is a better, more healthy turnover for the businesses in the downtown area that do rely on a healthy turnover, like the barber shop, the alterations place, places where people just want to dash in and leave. And I think that we will see that once people start getting accustomed to that enforcement.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I'll just hit on a few things. First, I will second the motion. And as long as a few other comments could be considered, and I don't know that we have to put this into the detail of the motion, but I'll be told whether we need to by those who are much smarter than me. I don't think this covers enough things, and one of them is bicycles and bicycle safety and connectivity. But I also think we need to, when we look at parking in our downtown area, we need to seriously consider shared parking. Because I look at all parking this way, honestly, I don't want a single bit more asphalt for parking. I mean, I don't think, when we really think about it, this is not the way we want to move forward in our community, is more asphalt for parking. So how can we share spaces that already exist and provide for the needs that the Coastal Service is going to tell us they need us to conform with? And shared parking might include something like the City Hall parking lot, which currently is not open for parking unless there's a certain conditions, but available right up the street from the barber, and it should be considered before we look to minimize our roadway for bicycles. Also, I would like to get a report out on the enforcement that we've been doing since Councilmember Hinsey did bring that up. I'd like to know how that's been going and how it can inform us. And I think it will inform us. And the third thing I want is to wait for the Coastal Commission, because I like things to be data-driven, and I think we've acknowledged that we need that data from the Coastal Commission. Their ruling on where we stand with parking, and I think we'll make a smarter decision once we have that. Thank you.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, and I'll be supporting the motion for some of the same reasons and some other new reasons. I think the parking north of B Street is too far away to really be serving downtown. I think the comment about the City Hall parking, it's much closer, and yeah, that makes much more sense. So Second Street already has a significant amount of angled parking. If I look at it and just judge it on Google Maps, I'd say a third of the distance is already angled in normal parking, so you're really not gaining anything by doing it on that street. It already has the exact configuration we have there, except in those sections where it's parallel on both sides. Talking about bike lanes like we spoke earlier, there's actually dedicated bike lanes both northbound on one side, southbound on the other, one street over on Third. So if bicycles are going through this area, they're going to use that first. And so again, it kind of, to me, it makes it moot as far as worrying about the bicycle lanes on Second Street. It's already in this roughly the same geometry here, and Third Street has a bike lane. The fact that the Mobility and Traffic Commission rejected it weighs heavily with me. So I think there have to be other solutions. And finally, I thought Tony's point about connecting this concept, or whatever the concept is, with the ultimate decision of restoring the restaurants, we may find that we don't want to restore 100% of the restaurant spots because there may not be interest in bearing that cost. We don't know. So I want to see a holistic approach, so I support turning this down tonight, or I won't say rejecting, whatever the word was we said, and that's it.
Councilmember Blackwell.
Yes, I will support the motion as it is right now. The one question I had for staff was, it seemed like when I read the report, we lost about 40 spots, but this proposal adds 51. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct,
Okay.
Councilmember, yes.
So what I would just say is, as we're considering, input and coming back with something, we just have it net, not gaining more parking, but keeping it to the point what we lost. So I think that would be an important consideration.
Yeah, so my hope is that we can have the conversation about the encroachments and what the value of those is. City of San Diego is getting about $5,000 a year for each parking spot that has been encroached upon. Those businesses that have those encroachments should, be approached about what we consider to be the right value. I guess we're going to eventually have the program brought to us for consideration of making those permanent, and then that opens up other avenues for addressing the missing parking spaces, and perhaps valet up to the City Hall site, an agreement with NCTD, There are a number of possibilities that I would prefer that we looked at in the more holistic fashion. So I'm not sure what you have for a motion. Is it, are we going to, consider this with more comprehensive information about how we're going to address whether the dining is going to be permanent encroachments or?
So what I heard my colleagues say is that we want to add the spots that we're taking away. We don't want to net gain. We want to do so only at the time that the Coastal Commission is requiring that of us. We want to consider a redesign that better harmonizes active transportation and the parking. And did I miss something?
Mobility, that and Traffic Commission agreed.
Oh, and something that Bike Walk Encinitas and that the Mobility Commission sees before and has the opportunity to weigh in on.
To make sure I understand correctly, so we do want to, if Coastal asks us, we do want to increase parking, but at the same time, improve and enhance our bicycle facilities? Because I don't see how these two can work together unless with a share. We cannot increase parking and narrow down the lanes.
So one
at
of
the
the
same time,
recommendations that came to us, and I'm sorry I can't remember who wrote it in the email, was looking at Vulcan, South Vulcan, and right out in front of City Hall, we have 2 lanes, and I'm not sure that we need the capacity for 2 lanes on each way, because I don't think we don't ever see congestion on the other side of that. So perhaps there's an opportunity to do a lane diet on Vulcan in that location and do reverse angle and also have the park assist lane. But you accomplished it already with the South Coast Highway 101 cycle track. And so if we want to add spots, when that project's implemented, we will be adding spots. I don't know that they're closer than these ones north of B Street, but that's a great example of a project that you accomplished it.
Understood. So not in this specific area, we're talking about general downtown, so not this project anymore.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but it also has to have some business application, and I don't think the cycle track parking that we're going to end up with is necessarily going to help between, Encinitas Boulevard and G Street, which is where we have the encroachments into the parking spaces. But, I think that I'm not sure where, Roy, you're at with this the analysis and the work that needs to be done in order to consider whether these spaces are going to be encroached, the parking spaces are going to be lost into 2023 or 2024. So, but my hope is that this idea that Mark Dobbins brought up about possibly Vulcan, maybe agreements with NCTD, a number of options that would, not cause us to have to move west of 101. I will point out that there's still a ton of parking west of 101, and I'd also say that 17-foot wide lanes isn't good for bicyclists either. So at some point, we, I think should consider how we can restripe 2nd Street in order to make it more effective and not have 17-foot wide car lanes. And so in the end, I think the goal should be to do no more, to do no harm more than is required to deal with the dining situation. So, and again, we need to talk to everybody that's currently got an encroachment, talk to them about how that will no longer be free, and see, do half of them, abandon their current situation, and we have the need to only replace half as many parking spaces. The other issue is that we've got encroachments down in Leucadia too, and this plan doesn't do anything about those spaces. So, we need to kind of look at it more holistically, especially on the Highway 101 corridor. So I think that Kelly had a motion there.
I have part of it. So the first part I have is to deny the restriping proposal for downtown Encinitas to improve parking capacity as presented. And then to direct staff, this is where I'm not clear, direct staff to bring back a revised plan after consulting with the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission and Bike Walk.
Yeah, so they'll want to bring the plan after it's been refined to those organizations for input. And we specified that we want to just break even with the spots that we lost as part of this effort. And consider how to harmonize multimodal access with parking.
Councilmember Ayers?
I was just going to ask, do we need a motion? Or have we given enough direction to staff? Because this is a non-action, so I look to the chair and to the city attorney whether a motion is even needed for what we're doing tonight.
Another way to do it is just to deny the plan as presented and direct staff to bring back a revised plan taking into consideration council comments.
If I may, Mr. Mayor. It's Roy.
Roy.
Hi, sorry.
I heard a voice. Where did it come from? It's late at night.
It's a little late.
Adjourn the meeting, it said.
If I could make a recommendation to the city council, obviously this effort is tied to the outdoor dining issue. So what I would recommend is to table this effort and defer it to be part of our efforts in developing the outdoor dining ordinance, because parking is critical. As part of the outdoor dining ordinance, we will be developing standards for parking, and then we're also going to look at ways to incentivize other modes and discourage parking. One option is to look at utilizing Uber and other sorts of, or Lyft and others, and as well as looking at our parking capacity along the corridor and partnering up with NCTD to maximize parking potential and capacity along the corridor, because it's not just a downtown issue. We're also looking at Cardiff as well as Leucadia to maximize parking, as well as coordinating mobility infrastructure as well. So that would be my recommendation, is to defer this as part of that effort.
That's acceptable to me if the seconder also accepts.
That sounds acceptable. Do you have a time frame on that?
Yes, right now we just finalized our parking study in terms of the counts. We're reviewing the draft of the parking study. So once we complete that, then we will start developing the draft of the ordinance, and then we're going to do some public workshop and getting public feedback. So we're probably looking at about 6 months before we can get the final draft, or a draft out for public review. So.
Thank you.
Did you want to speak again, Bruce? Nope.
I was just trying to figure out, did that mean motion or no motion? Tabling it usually is not a motion.
Yeah, I withdraw my motion.
So we'll table it? You okay with that, city attorney?
It's a good solution.
Good solution. Okay.
Thumbs up.
All right, so that takes care of 10D and now 10E. And for that, I think Kathy was going to talk a little bit about where things stand.
Let me get there, sorry. Yes, so item 10E is for council to review City Council Policy C003, which outlines policies and protocols for city council meetings. And then also included in the packet is Brown Act memo from the city attorney. So during COVID, time donations, one of the items was during COVID, time donations were suspended. So that's one of the areas for consideration. But also, it's just the last time this was reviewed was in 2019. So it's just an opportunity for this city council to review what's in the document, revise as necessary. If there's areas that there's some ambiguity, to clear those areas up, but it's all at the discretion of the city council.
So we have public speakers?
Yes, we do. We have several.
Some of the best sports in town, for sure, if they hung out this late.
I'll call you 3 at a time, and you have 3 minutes. CJ Minster, Donna Westbrook, Dolores Welty.
Whoa. It's a long night.
CJ Minster, I'm addressing 2 items in Section 2 of the city's administrative manual. The first item is, quote, whether to continue the current suspension of Section 2C2, which allows for time donations of up to 9 minutes for speakers addressing items on the agenda. Please consider the following in your review of this item. It takes less time for one person to represent him, herself, and 2 others than to have 3 different people walk to and from the podium, adjust the mic, etc. Each speaker often addresses a single aspect of a broader issue. It can benefit council and the public when one speaker has time to provide greater context for community concerns. Residents uneasy about public speaking or who lack preparation time benefit from having someone else speak on their behalf. By reinstating the provision for public speaking time donations, you can save time, encourage a more inclusive examination of the issues, and better serve constituents who feel unable to express themselves in front of council. Item 5 under Section 2H, General Meeting Rules, states, quote, in the interest of saving time, council requests that the audience refrain from clapping for speakers. While I agree that disruptive behavior during council meetings must be kept in check, my issues with repressing clapping are as follows. Applause does not equate to disruptive behavior and constitutes a very minor delay in proceedings. Applause indicates to council and to the public how important an issue is to our residents. Applause is our opportunity to laud residents for their courage in speaking out. It recognizes the time, effort, and sometimes personal funds they have invested in support of their assertions. Meeting videos rarely register air waving, since the camera stays primarily on the speaker or those seated closest to the front. When the audible sound of clapping is absent, those viewing at home have little idea what effect a speaker's comments are having on the attending public. It is noteworthy that residents care enough about Encinitas and their communities to stand up and speak before you and their neighbors. Applauding their accomplishment fulfills our desire to thank them and is an expression of free speech. Suppressing applause not only undermines free speech, but diminishes the transparency of the proceedings for those who cannot view the meeting in person. Thank you.
Donna Westbrook, followed by Dolores Welty, and then Sandra Anderson. Followed by Karen Caden.
Well, I have to say, I better start reading the agenda item or the form itself a little closer. For how many years did we have 3 minutes with time donations for a total of 9? Gee, am I wrong? No, that's what it was. So who was the smart little person who decided to get rid of it because they didn't like it? We won't mention names. Now, we are back. We are beyond COVID, and even if it comes back again, we're taking back our 9 minutes. So 3 minutes plus the time donation, 2 time donations. By the way, I just noticed, and this really makes everybody here, including you on the dais, it says consent calendar, which is separate from agenda items. It's like it's in another world, but it's part of the agenda. Look in the back, look in the back, it's there. And on consent calendars, you get 3 minutes. On agenda items, you get 3 minutes. That's not saying the agenda items is part of the agenda or the consent calendar. So where do we get this sort of strange, diffuse logic that we're going to make it the consent calendar and nobody will ever know? Give us back our time donations. It only says that's all you have to do. So you can do that tonight. In fact, I don't even think, I guess it is written into the policy. Is that it?
It is.
Well, doggone it. You
Doggone
guys did a good job of writing it in, didn't you?
And we were going to either leave it and restore it, or we were going to modify the policy.
Well, let's restore it. Otherwise, back up here again. So restore the policy. You get 3 minutes time donation with 2 time donations. Restore the policy. And I thank you now for your consideration, because I believe that's supposed to be said. And I consider you now to please do it immediately. Thank you.
Dolores Welty will be followed by Karen Caden and then Dennis Caden.
Well, you know, I'd just love to come up here. I do. And have my 3 minutes plus sometimes time donations. So I hope you restore it. And I think it's very clever of you to put this as the last item of the agenda when we're all much too tired for any 9-minute speech. Thank you very much.
Oh my gosh. I know a lot of people been watching this on Channel 19 on the Cox station tonight, and I'm sure they're asleep. And I regretfully wish that this agenda item was first, because it's about public participation. But here you guys are also here, and I'm sure you wish you were in bed and be with your children and babies. So my name is Karen Caden. I've been here for a long time, sitting here since 6 o'clock. And please do not continue the suspension of section 2.c.2. I think that's what it is, time donation limited. The promise at all collaboration task is to design public participation process at all levels. Encinitas residents expects respect both ways. We are to be effective partners and engaged in key activities for our beloved city through workshops, public city meetings. Our inputs should be incorporated to the maximum extent possible. Council should consider, in all fairness, to allow the public view and group representation donations of time. Please consider possibly bring forward the hot agenda topics first in our council meetings to show the fact that our mayor and council regard what's more important of the public interest for input brought up earlier in the meetings. I thank you, and good night.
Next speakers are Dennis Caden, Susan Turney, and then Kevin Doyle.
Back live. Please end the current suspension of Section 2C2 and allow the time donations up to 9 minutes for speakers addressing items on the agenda. It's to the best interest of the citizens of Encinitas to be able to sufficiently and intelligently present their case to the council. The ability for a presenter to arrange for speaker donation time requires effort and coordination. You, as the ultimate decision makers, should welcome that speaker's full presentation in order for you to hear that information and make a better, more well-informed decision. A sole speaker takes time and effort to practice their speech to assure it fits within the 3-minute time allotment. Then to be told at the onset of the meeting that their time needs to be reduced often puts the speaker in an uncomfortable state, cuts short their practice speech, and can leave you with less than adequate presentation or good information due to the lack of having the time to speak it. Also, please consider, as you have probably well been aware, a lot of times first-time speakers use up a lot of their valuable time explaining how nervous they are at speaking in front of you. And lastly, and this is rare, but sometimes the council chamber gets overwhelmed, filled with high numbers of speakers regarding a particular topic to their interest, usually in their neighborhood. Consider moving their agenda item up to be heard first, to show your respect for their presence and efforts for participating in the process. We've had that happen before, and because they're working people or they're here for the first time, they don't understand and they leave, and then they're mad at you, and it's just the process. So, thank you.
Susan Turney, Encinitas. Time donations up to a maximum of 9 minutes is actually nothing new. It was the amount of speaking time allowed residents for decades, until cut to just 3 minutes under Mayor Blakespear. Her cut served only to curtail public participation in the political process. The Brown Act actually contains language that addresses the importance and the place that public speakers have in government. Quote, public commissions, boards, councils, and other legislative bodies of local government agencies exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. The people, in delegating authority, do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed to retain control over the legislative bodies that they have created. Remaining informed extends to what, end quote. Remaining informed extends to what citizens learn from one another, and relaying that information sometimes requires extra time. Up to 9 minutes gives the public time to adequately describe and explain complex issues. It lessens the stress, as others have noted, on first-time and nervous speakers. And I'd like to note that the Planning Commission has always kept the 9-minute time allotment. COVID didn't bother the Planning Commission. I still don't get what that had to do with reducing public participation, but whatever. It sounds like you're ready to do the right thing tonight. For these reasons I gave, I support the restoration of our time donations up to 9 minutes. Thank you.
Kevin Doyle, and then Rochelle Collier and Kathleen Lindeman, do you want to speak? You just had registered support, but I wasn't sure. Support for?
9 minutes.
9 minutes? Okay, perfect. Just wanted to make.
I'm going to talk for less than that. Kevin Doyle, Planning Commissioner for the last 6 years. I know everyone up here. It's true, we never did pull the 9 minute limit. If a speaker comes with 2 people in the audience to speak, we want the comment. It's important. I know council works a little differently. I mean, we get it really technical in the Planning Commission, so a lot of times our feedback, especially someone that comes in with a 9-minute presentation, is telling us useful things, and we want to hear it. Now, it's ironic, I was just finished my, every 2 years, of course, we all do ethics training, and I just finished mine a couple of weeks ago, and very large section on the Brown Act, and there was a quote in there that stuck with me. I wrote it down in my notebook at home, and it says, "Government is not designed to be efficient. Quite the opposite. Government is designed to be inefficient, and the public comment is a major source of inefficiency. The most efficient way of making a decision would be to have one person do it, the king, and he or she would make a decision, and that would be that. Super efficient, boom, 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 on to the next. So I love the inefficiency. This is the work of government. This is, we're all smart people. We're all dialed in. We have a lot of people in the audience here, equally smart, equally dialed in, frequently more dialed in on the single issue that we're discussing in front of us. So, yeah, bring it back. It's a long history. This Encinitas was founded by cantankerous people who wanted to have a say in what was going on in their town. And we really, it's written into our general plan. I mean, the way we've broken up all 5 communities, we all have to get together. Every commission has representatives from each community. It's designed to make a lot of talky talk, and it's designed to make things take a little longer, and we do better work because of it. So hopefully you do the right thing. We never needed, I mean, in 6 years, I've had perhaps maybe 15 or 20 people do longish presentations. You know, talking to 2-3 hours out of my life in the last 6 years. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes speakers.
That concludes speakers. Thank you all for considering this and reviewing it, and I appreciate all of your comments. I probably should have just made the unilateral decision to restore the policy, but at this point, I wanted to engage everybody, and I got some engagement. And I didn't mean to keep you up this late either, so I apologize for that. That is also something that is my responsibility. I'm supposed to manage the agendas so that we don't go past 10 at the latest, but you know, we've well exceeded that. So I'm working on it. I'll keep practicing here. And it is inefficient, as Kevin explains, and I will just continue to keep doing my best. Anybody got any comments? Oh, 3 of us. Oh, I don't have my board up. It's late. Councilmember Hinsey.
Thank you. Yes, we all have an enjoyment of inefficiency, which is what brings us all together here tonight. And I am going to express an unpopular opinion tonight, maybe because I'm coming from a little bit different of a perspective, but my desire would be, I do love time donations, and they are very helpful for a lot of the reasons that speaker said. If you're shy, somebody else can speak on your behalf. You can't fully describe what you want in 3 minutes. So my suggestion is that we allow a single time donation for a total of 6 minutes. And the reasons why I'm suggesting that is that, you know, I too aspire to be retired someday, but I'm not currently, and my daughter will probably be waking up in about an hour for the first time tonight. And so a lot of folks who come to our meetings, they don't have the option to sleep in the next morning if it goes late, or you know, they're juggling a family or their other job or putting dinner on the table. And so I think it is important that we run efficient meetings to the extent that's possible. And I don't think that 3 minutes difference will, you know, limit our residents' ability to express themselves. Let's see. There's one other point I wanted to make, but it's late and I've forgotten it.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, first I want to tell you how much I appreciate you putting this on the agenda, because this was one of the things I ran on, and I firmly believe we should go back to the 9 minutes. As Kevin pointed out, the Planning Commission never changed. We've always done the maximum, up to a maximum 9 minutes. And like Kevin said, while I was chair or while I was on Planning Commission, dozens, not hundreds of people ever got that many minutes anyway. So it would be a small addition, yet there are enough complex items. I'll take the map tonight. That was how many pages of a document, and quite a bit of detail in it. And for someone to make a cogent comment on the top 10 or 20 will take 6, 8, 9 minutes easily. So I'm a firm supporter of it. It served the city well for 30 plus years. I just don't see why we would change it. And so that's it on that. I have a few other minor comments in the document if we want to talk about that afterwards, but I'll yield the floor.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
I don't see other people up yet, but maybe there will be as far as speaking. But I'm going to go ahead and move to approve this, the suggestion of going back to our standard practice, total 2-9 for a speaker. But I see it a little bit differently. Perhaps it's just the lens is that I don't see it as more time overall, but I see it as fewer people coming before us, because the thoughts are being shared from 3 people still. It's just only one person is the spokesperson. But, you know, a long meeting like this, I just want to thank you all for for coming and for hanging in there. This is the public process. And I think that if we go back to what we've done more customarily in the past, it would be best accepted by the community and just return to how we did it previously. So that's why I put forward the motion to approve it.
Okay, and I would point out that I do reserve the right to make adjustments to speaking time, depending on what the number of people that are going to be commenting. The goal is to try and not have this situation, and I think Councilmember Hensey's correct that we don't get that many, and so in the meantime, I think for now, let's go back to the original policy, and then we can revisit it if we're seeing extensive meetings and such. But ultimately, I think that to allow more public participation is in the best interest of the community and our work product here. Bruce, were there substantive?
They're not huge, so, I mean, how do we want to handle that? Do we want to put it off to a future meeting or something? So, for instance, I'll give you an example. In one section, it says we use Robert's Rules as a guide, which is what we've always publicly said over the last 25 years. Yep. But in section 4 on page 5, it implies that we use Robert's Rules. And I thought we should just be consistent within the document so that it says using it as a guide in both places. And so that nobody comes up and argues that, we don't get into a procedural Robert's Rules, strict Robert's Rules.
You okay with that, Kathy?
Where was that at?
It would be on page 5, section 4. And I forget where, I didn't write down where it was previously said, but, my recollection in all the meetings I've been to over the last 25 years, we always used them as a guide.
It is a guide because that's important because the book is pretty specific about how meetings are conducted, and it can get a little bit cumbersome. So,
and then also on page 5, there was a statement that says the ordinance being read by title will be waived. I didn't even know what that meant. Waived. Yeah, I'm not sure. So I just wanted to what was the intent of that in here? So I think there are other minor things like that we could clean up. We don't have to do them tonight. It's not going to blow up the clapping. It's a recommendation. I hope we all agree that clapping is an expression. So I would be open to taking that option out, or not even option, that it's, to me, it all comes down to the mayor's right and ability to manage the business of the city, and if it's disruption, I would personally never call clapping disruption unless it was
right,
disruptive.
Yes, and you won't hear jazz hands uttered out of my mouth. I'm not a jazz hands guy. I came from a family of 7 with pretty raucous debate, so that's going to be the way I, handle the meeting. So,
Do you want to keep that in or take it out?
Jazz hands, yeah, take it out.
Well, jazz
5?
hands aren't in there.
It's not in there, but do you want to take that number 5 out? It was on page 9 of 31.
Yeah.
Number 5, in the interest of saving time, council requests that the audience refrain from clapping for speakers.
Yes, take that out, please.
Yeah.
So remove that.
But there are also new rules about disruptiveness. I don't know.
I think that's
Yeah,
separate.
so anyhow, that's a new law, and maybe I think that we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. We don't have disruptive members of our community, and I've only seen a meeting adjourned in my 10 years, recessed one time for disruption, and so I don't expect to have any problems with disruption, but.
Yeah. And then one last item, and it's a question more than anything, is on page 15. It talks about authorizing source being an executive order, and I didn't know what that meant. Does that mean a mayor's executive order, a governor's executive order?
That's in your.
And my suggestion is we be explicit if it's one, the other, or both.
The city clerk was reminding me that, I think that language may be in the memo from the city attorney and not the procedures.
policy.
Not the policies themselves.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
okay.
the policy ends at page
Okay.
10 of the document. The policy is 8 pages long, and so that's where we're kind of, the Brown Act memo is just for our edification as well as the public. I added that to this item just so that if you had any questions about the Brown Act.
So then I have a question for, I guess, the city attorney about that.
Okay, so let me refer to the memo. It's,
So do you?
I'm sorry to keep you here, but
No, that's okay.
I'm
I
getting my
just wanna-
bite at the apple.
Do you want to vote on the motion before we move to the policy? The motion for the time donation, or do you want to take the policy changes and time donation all at once?
Take the policy changes. Say that again?
Do you want to vote on the motion to reinstate time donations? Or do you
Sure.
want to add all the changes to the policy?
Let's add everything and have one vote.
And approve it tonight?
Yep.
Okay.
so I'm sorry, Councilmember Ehlers, which section of the memo were you referring to?
It was on page 15, item H.
Page 15 and 31.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, and it's at the top.
Oh,
They're
sorry.
they're two separate numbering
Yeah,
systems.
that's
that's
right.
all.
That's right.
There are certain exceptions from the Brown Act.
Correct.
Councilmember Ehlers, one is the emergency exceptions for security briefings permitted by executive order during pandemic or other statewide emergency. These would be executive orders either from the governor's office or the executive head of an agency.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so
So the changes I have to the policy are on page 5 of 31, under number 2, consent calendar. We're just going to take out, and the ordinance is being read by title will be waived. We're going to take that out. That's already addressed on the agenda itself. We will take number 4, rules of debate, and add rules of the city council and Robert's Rules of Order, which are used as a guide. And then we will have on page 9 of 31, under H, general meeting rules, we're going to remove item 5, and so number 6 will become number 5.
Yep.
That's acceptable.
Any other changes?
I don't have any. So I would move approval of those changes.
We have a motion.
Oh, I don't see one there. Oh, there it is. It's all there.
It's
late.
And you're both okay with
It's late.
that? All righty, so we'll start voting. Excuse me. And motion carries with Councilmember Hensy voting no.
Okay. So, thank you all for coming and speaking. And we are moving on to the no informational items, no council member initiated items. Are there any city council member reports pursuant to AB 1234?
Let's see.
Let's suspend that. Let's do that next meeting.
Okay.
And city manager isn't here, so city attorney report.
No report this evening.
No reports. City clerk report.
No report.
All right, so we are now adjourned to the next regular city council meeting on February 15, 2023.